In Paris, you people watch. In New York, you wander around the streets and see what interesting sights and interesting restaurants and graffiti you can see. In other cities, it's more about the food. Here in Amsterdam, I think one of the pleasures of being in this city is bike watching. Just sitting at a random busy corner and seeing the hordes of cyclists pass through this busy city, dodging trams, motorcycles, cars, and pedestrians, and even worse, the tourists who thinks that the bike path is the place to walk. I'm Ariel, this is Urbanist. Today we are going to explore Amsterdam without a plan. Our goal is to see how much we can see today, how far we can get, and can we find places in Amsterdam that usually are not on the guidebooks? Well, let's find out. I'm Ariel, this is Urbanist, and right now we're starting off in the border of the Jordan district. This area is more of the south area of Amsterdam, and we're gonna go without a plan, so join me. Zed says, do you want some help? No, not really. Just want to explore without any plan. So, pro tip, these buttons, unlike in New York City, actually do work for crossing the street. You also use them for cycling. Zen, is it roaming time? It is roaming time. We're just roaming around. Alfred says, my ancestry is from here. Ooh, that's cool. You have Dutch blood in you. That's amazing. Hey, Shane, nice to see you here. Hey, Ron says, my mom was so happy you enjoyed the Filipino food, though she thinks you could have gotten more. I wasn't hungry for more, though I definitely would have enjoyed a good chicken adobo. I think I'll enjoy that maybe tomorrow. Oh, they're not open tomorrow, but Monday. So, Ron is referring to, just before this broadcast, I ended up going to a food market called the Albert Kaup Market, about a 20-minute bike ride away. No, a little bit less, maybe a 10 to 12-minute bike ride away. You can watch that after this broadcast. Hello, Daniel. Nice to see you here. Hello, Susie. We're off to a wee wander. Yes, indeed, we are off to a wee wander. Here are the many public urinals you'll see all around the city. And all the bicycles right here parked. Edward says, have you been to the Rijksmuseum? No, not yet. Maybe one day I'll go to the Rijksmuseum. Is it worth it? Let me know. Should I go see the Dutch masters? I'm not sure if I can live stream. I'm curious if, because filming has been pretty lax here. I've been able to live stream from many museums, which is awesome. Hello, Wilmy. Nice to see you here. Hey, Edward says you may not leave the country without visiting the Rijksmuseum. All right, noted. Edward says, would you skip the Louvre? No, you wouldn't. Touche, Edward. Touche. Let me know if other Dutch urbanists agree with Edward's assessment. Is it worth going to the Rijksmuseum? Let me know. I wish we could just pop in, but usually you have to reserve in advance, so I might do that. Luckily it's open, I think it's open 7 days a week, which is good. Susie says, these people are making me want to ride a bike. Oh yeah, Susie. I am so happy I came here and to Copenhagen. There are very bike-friendly cities because it has made me fall in love with biking. I've rented a bike for one entire week from a service called Donkey Republic. I also use them in Copenhagen. They're cheaper than bike rentals at hotels or in the center of Amsterdam. There's one that's maybe slightly cheaper, and it's called Swap Feets, especially if you're here more than 2 weeks. That might be worth it. But I've been immensely enjoying biking around, and it is very easy to get around the city. Sometimes biking might be a 10-minute bike ride, might be a 40-minute walk, 40-minute walk, or it might be a 25-minute metro train ride, or tram ride. So biking is way more efficient to get around the city. Susie says, are you feeling fair chuffed? Feeling chuffed? Yeah, I'm feeling chuffed from biking. Wow. All right, where do we go? What shall we do? What shall we eat? Who shall we meet? What trams should we take? What boats shall we ride? What airplanes shall we get on? Should we just take a train, head to a different city? Should we go on a canal tour? Should we hop on the bike and see me maneuver only with one hand on a bike? Chris says, take the tram number 10. Zen says, you don't want any help. Zen, I'm always happy to hear suggestions. Thank you. Jacob says, I imagine all these bikes were cars. If they were all cars, Amsterdam would not have capacity. There would be not capacity for cars. So if you kind of want to see a equivalent, Amsterdam's population, the metropolitan area, is only about like 800,000 people. It's not that much. All right, let's go through here, these walking streets. About 800,000 people. It's not that much. So that said, if you want to see a car-centric version of a city around the same size, then just go to Suffolk County in Long Island. It's about the same area as Amsterdam, I think. If anyone can double check the square miles of it, square kilometers. And then it's about the same population. I think Suffolk County is maybe a bit less. Zen says you can get fined for using your phone on a bike. Yes, I've heard. Yeah, that's. I'm just joking around. So everyone, do not bike around with your phone. Yes, you can get a fine. Even if you were to put your phone on, like some bikes have like a phone holder, so you can follow directions. You're technically not supposed to do that, and you can get fined even if you're looking at your GPS on your phone attached to your bike. Rhonda says, love the surprise walk. It's not a surprise walk. Today's the schedule, Rhonda. But I'm glad you're enjoying the walk. Ooh. Alexandria says, nice live streams. Oh, I'm so glad you're enjoying them, Alexandria. Thank you so much for tuning in. Wow. Joanne says, so beautiful. Chris says, you must visit the Rijksmuseum and check out the library, of course. Of course, the art is amazing, but the building too is really cool and you will appreciate it. Roger says, where are you roaming? We are right now in the Jordan district, but soon we'll roam elsewhere. Who knows where we'll roam? No plan, no agenda. Look at that. John says, let's find the most comfortable in Amsterdam. Ooh. Modern condominium in the middle of these older buildings. A lot of these buildings are protected, so something must have happened in these lots that they had to build a new condo. And even the condominiums look nice. Interesting that they have parking on ground level. That's fascinating. Look at this. This is a provision store. That's awesome. Christine, thank you so much for our 500 stars. Joanne says, can you eat something? Joanne, you can, I'm pretty stuffed because I just did a live stream of all eating. 1 hour eating. You can check that out after this live stream. It was the market. Really cool. We try a variety of things. Oh, wow. Look at this. Sharon says, I love those big storefront windows. Me too. I wish Bushwick, Brooklyn would have them. Look at that. Natalie says, have you been to the Monkey Bar? No, what is the Monkey Bar? Do let me know. Joanna says, sorry, I missed it. No, no worries. Replays are always up. Easiest place to watch replays is on YouTube. Urbanist Exploring Cities. They are on Facebook. So sometimes they're not a little bit more difficult to find. Justine says we're full watching Ariel eat. I ate quite a bit in the last live stream. I'm energized for a few hours of walking. I think the best part of Amsterdam is staring at the canals. I would be all over this if the Gowanus turned like this, as Noah. We have the opportunity to have a neighborhood like this. Gowanus, Newtown Creek. Newtown Creek extends very far inland, all the way into Bushwick. So we can have this in New York. There's a few other places. There is Bushwick Inlet as well. There's a few more other canals. There's Flushing Bay. You can kind of recreate this. There's a lot of opportunity in New York, and you can even do this in the New York Islands as well that are not really inhabited yet, like North and South Brother Island. Susie says, I never thought of Newtown Creek until you. If the Dutch can do it, we can do it too. These waterways were amongst the most polluted in the world because this area was filled with manufacturing. And now they're much cleaner. It doesn't smell funky, which is very nice. Zen says, too much suburbia in the US. Yeah, that's unfortunately the case. Davis says, Brooklyn never looks like this. Not currently, but it isn't impossible to make it look like this. For some reason, there's a certain aversion, I'm not sure why, of building older style architecture. I don't get it. I mean, it might be expensive. That might be one of the reasons. But I think it's totally worth it building brick, stone buildings. Maybe they could be wood framed, because in New York we don't get terrible storms. But wood frame brick buildings, we could do that again. And we could do that again in our creeks and our canals that we already have, and take advantage of them, because New York is prime city for building better water infrastructure. So we do not need to depend on roads anymore. We can use the waterways. There's not that much commerce clogging up the waterways anymore. And they're relatively clean and relatively calm. So yeah, we can use the Gowanus Canal, build ferries that connect to like smaller ferries that connect to Red Hook and connect up to Brooklyn Heights, and you can build communities all around those areas. South Queens is also very similar to what Amsterdam looks like. It's a lot of small waterways and marshes. You could totally make a South Queens look like this too. Densify South Queens. South Queens already kind of looks like this, but it's more spread out. Houses are individual. But yeah, you can totally do so much in New York City. There's so much opportunity. Anthony says, go tell them when you're the mayor of New York. Yeah, after when I come back, I'm gonna have a talk with Mayor Eric Adams. Gonna make him an offer he can't refuse. By that I mean that we're gonna have a nice, intelligent conversation about how to build a better New York. Oh, here we're coming across a place I just read about called Breadwinner. They're closed already because they're sold out. See you next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday? No, I won't be here. No. Apparently these are the best bagels in Amsterdam. There's a guy inside. Maybe I should ask him to bake me a bagel. Queens Village used to look like this, minus the canal. David, yeah. The older parts of Queens and Brooklyn definitely have a similar aesthetic. Yeah. Hey, Lucia, nice to see you here. Should New York become New Amsterdam again, says Zen. You have to ask our fellow urbanist, Edward, who's tuning in. He has thoughts on that. Joanne says, may I ask, is it true? You got cut off there. Joanne, feel free to write it again. Lorraine says, Amsterdam is a beautiful city, which we can learn a lot. Oh yeah. Look at these. So this is more of a residential area of Amsterdam Central. It's quieter. There's some tourist sites, but not that many. These, as you can tell, these are like 1950s, I would assume, 60s buildings. Justine says, I love Dumbo and all the older industrial buildings. Me too. And I think we may head over to a more industrial area of Amsterdam, because I think we'll see some cool stuff. Ooh, coffee shop. I can't tell whether it's I think it's just for coffee. I can't tell though. Joanne says, is it true you can smoke cannabis in public? No, you can't. Some people may do it, but no, you can't. It is a finable offense. And I think if you're carrying a lot, then yeah, it is so no. Do it at the coffee shops, or if you're staying in a place where you're allowed to smoke indoors, you can do it there if you have a garden. Yeah, but don't do it in public. Oh yeah, my jam. I love rocking out to this. Oh yeah. Oh my God, yes. Exactly what I need when I go back to England at some point. Scott says, great sushi behind you. Thank you, Scott. I think, let's see if this is the place that a few people mentioned to me already. It's called Hikage. Hikage. That's cool. Open 1800 to 1500. Japanese craft gin tonics. Oh, interesting. Merritt says, was my music published on CD? No, only digital. Have not made physical copies of the albums yet. Maybe one day I will. Veronique says, do you like your stay in Amsterdam? I love it, yeah. Every city will enthuse me for different reasons. And I think this, basically anyone experiences this. Amsterdam does not, I was surprised, it does not enthuse me too much about the history. I'm a bit kind of disappointed in the history. I don't find it too deeply fascinating. But does enthuse me in the lifestyle. It is a beautiful lifestyle. It is calm, relaxed, vibrant. I feel free when it comes to transporting around. It is nice to hop around between cities. It is definitely vibrant in that case. And then of course it has great street food, and where Europe kind of lacks in that department. Arjuna says, dig deeper. Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. Arjuna says, have you been to a coffee shop where you can smoke? Yes. I've already been to 4. Marie says, about history, do you know the crazy history about Leopold? Leopold is Belgian. And yeah, I've made video about Leopold's crazy history. B. Chris says, are you missing home? No, not at the moment. Here's Brood. This is a famous bread place. Arjuna says, have you been to Anne Frank's house? Oh, yes. There's no filming allowed, nor really photos, so I was unable to show you, but thanks to a super urbanist out there, Luke, ended up getting me tickets. So thank you so much, Luke. Nightlife is meant to be great, says Arjuna. I've heard, I haven't seen it too much. I still don't know where to go. I haven't done my research on it. Let me know. Where do you recommend for nightlife here in Amsterdam? Chris says, have you been to the Van Gogh Museum? Chris, I have not been to any museum aside from the Anne Frank Museum. That's the only thing. I keep getting questions about museums. Like when you guys travel, do you guys actually go to museums? Like, what? You travel for museums? What is this? What is this madness that people are talking about? Museums. I'm being sarcastic, but yeah, I'm kind of tired of museums. So I haven't been going to them. It was fun going to the smaller museums over in, where did we go? Harlem. It was very fun. And then also going to a few of the museums also in Leiden was a lot of fun. But generally, yeah, museums are I'm kind of bored of them at the moment. I'm very grateful that they exist, but I think it's okay to admit that you're bored about something. And if you're traveling, especially if you do long travels, it's okay. Even if you do short travels, if you don't want to go to a museum, don't go to a museum. If you don't want to go have a coffee like I love doing, don't do that. Do what you like. But I do offer museums, nonetheless. I still do offer museums to super urbanists. So patreon.com/urbanist is where you can guarantee yourself to see a museum or two per city, or sometimes more, depends on the city. Patreon.com/urbanist. Tim says, have you walked by the Rembrandt house? No, not yet. So cool thing is I'm gonna buy a metro ticket because so we can hop around. You'll find these kiosks or these machines. They're usually right by tram stops and of course metro stops as well. And the central station. Uh-oh, just disappeared on me. And you can choose English. Oh, this one's not reacting too well. And then here you can choose 1 hour, 320. That means it only works for 1 hour. If your ride takes more than 1 hour, you can end it. But you do have to be sure to check out. I think there might be a limit, but it's only for 1 hour. But you should get the day trip because I think after 3 trips, you'll be spending more. So just get yourself the day ticket. And here you can pay with any type of debit or credit card. Here they do accept them. Here it is. Womi says, don't go to the dam today. There's a protest going on. Oh, there is. Where is the dam? Paul, it says, it feels like you're more in Europe than New York. Yeah, basically. I've technically been more in New York. But yes, I've done quite a bit of videos in Europe. So here are the train times, the tram times, I mean. And we can see we could go back to Jordan. This is basically not the direction we want to go. But we could go to Jordan, we could go to station Sloterdijk, which has a few trains you can also connect to other cities. And they pass so frequently that you don't have to think about tram times. So let's continue on. Nancy says, you know Netherlands queen is from my country, Argentina, but she had to resign to be Argentinian. Anyway, she was in love. Ooh, Nancy, I'm very curious what you're talking about. You're talking about the wife of the current king? Or you're talking about Queen Beatrix? Do let me know. Dia says, what's the best thing you've eaten so far? Ah, that's a good question. I would say that Filipino food that I had earlier today blew me away, truly. The best bitterballen I had was yesterday in Leiden. I went to the oldest bar in all of Leiden, and that was amazing. That car was on the pavement, says Almo. Yeah, sometimes it's a bit confusing. There's some very small streets that allow cars that share with bikes. They have to go slow though. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Right behind you. Diemen Sniep. Where does this go? Yemen Snip. Can you get around New York City without looking at their subway schedule? Adam, yeah, the subway you don't need to look at a schedule. The metro here in Netherlands is more efficient than the New York City one, but the New York City one is way bigger. So no, with the subway you don't. With the bus, yes. With the commuter train, like the Long Island Railroad, yes. David says he had his headphones on. Yeah, there was two guys just blocking the way. Ooh, it's kind of hectic here. Oh, now I know where I'm at. Queen Maxima was born in the Netherlands. Oh, interesting. Yaha says, will you be going to other cities in the Netherlands? Every new day is an adventure. That's all I can say. Yeah, likes that I both explore the touristy areas and the non-touristy ones. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I'm so glad you enjoy them. Yeah. Where are we right now? Let's see the map. You are here. Cool. I am here. Nice. I have not expected to be anywhere else. Oh, cool. Ooh, awesome. Noah says, so nice to find yourself where you're looking at a map. Adam says, in your opinion, what's in your experience, what city has the most frequent transit service? That's a great question. From my experience, it has been right now Amsterdam, especially the commuter trains and the intercity trains. They're just amazing. B. Chris says, what's your opinion of the red light district? I personally don't enjoy it. I wouldn't hang out there. I went with a friend. It was nice to walk around for about 10 minutes and see it. I did not get a good vibe. My friend didn't get a good vibe either. It didn't feel like negative. I didn't feel unsafe, but it just felt icky. That's my personal opinion. And on a greater societal level, I think it's good because I do really admire Dutch tolerance and how by allowing a little, you end up reducing crime on a larger level. All right, we're gonna go that way. I'm just trying to orient myself. In Amsterdam is a tougher city to orient yourself because a lot of the things are kind of circular. All the canals are kind of in circles, semicircles. Watch those bike lanes, says Nath. Yes. Chris says, I love the artist Royal Amsterdam Zoo. Oh, cool, Chris. That's awesome. Sharon says, I no longer travel due to health issues. Oh, no, Sharon. I'm glad I could show you around at least.
The story builds.
It's good to hear. Zen says red equals dead. Yeah, so this is the bike lane. It's usually red. It's either elevated from the road level or below. It's rarely on the same level as the curb for pedestrians. B. Chris says, have you seen any Banksy's works? No, not yet. Why Amsterdam has the triple X as its coat of arms, says Neptune Sir. It's no to famine, no to flooding, and no to plague. Those are what the 3 X's mean. And that the city of Amsterdam is built because they were able to fight those 3 things that end up harming the city. So it does not mean that it's triple X red district. Ron says, I'm actually surprised there's a lot you have shown beyond coffee shops and red light district. Well, I haven't shown the red light district. It's hard to film there. Those tiny cars, I'd drive one, says Susie. I love the tiny cars. They look so cool. I'll point them out, but oh, there it is. There's one. Right there, 2 of them. I want one of them myself. Oh, what is this? I think those tiny cars are not legal in New York City, which is a shame. It's funny, here in Europe they have laws against vehicles that are too big, and in the US we have laws against vehicles that are too small. So Jacob says they're mostly for disabled people. Yeah, and the cool thing is, not just bikes. Amazing YouTuber that talks about urbanism, mostly in Amsterdam, made an entire video dedicated to this. But these vehicles are really cool because they're for handicapped people. And they're very wheelchair accessible. For example, this one has the handicap sign in the back. Right there, look at that. So you can see videos of this, but the chair is very easy to move. Sometimes it doesn't even have any chair, so you can just kind of ramp in with your wheelchair and boom, you're done. It depends on which one you end up getting. But the cool thing is you do have some privileges with this. You can ride in certain bike lanes with this and smaller streets, which is very useful if you're handicapped and want to get as close as possible to your destination. Also, parking is much easier. And it seems you're allowed to park in the bike area, which you don't need to go to official car parking. So this is way better for people who are handicapped. And this is precisely the reason why we need more bike infrastructure and more transportation and better pedestrian infrastructure and less cars on the road. That's why we need that in major American cities and even smaller American cities. Remember, Amsterdam is about the size of many small American cities in California, parts of upstate New York, Maine. We need better infrastructure, less cars on the road. And the main argument that anytime I mention less cars on the road, or you see any video about this, is that you do have people who say, hey, but what happens to disabled people? Then they can't get around. That's the thing, is if you have less cars on the road, you can have these tiny cars that are a lot better for getting around if you're disabled on your own, which is great because you can be self-sufficient, and you can ride this with no traffic and not fear being crashed by a gigantic SUV. It's way better. Way better. I haven't This is not first-hand experience. This is from observation. So if any Dutch urbanists out there who happen to use handicapped vehicles has any personal experience, do let us know. But it seems to be a much better deal than living in a car-infested suburbia with the fear of being crushed by a huge SUV if you drive a tiny car like this that's perfect for someone who's handicapped. Veronique says, is it possible in the metropole in New York City? Yeah, it is. The density of New York City is not the issue. It's how it's built. Amsterdam looked way more like New York City back in the 1970s. And they were able to revert back to biking infrastructure as they have today. So, no, New York is not the size, it's the infrastructure. Because right now Amsterdam, as I mentioned, it's about the same size in population as the Bronx. So, and the Bronx is it's cut off from the rest of New York City by waterways. So you can easily make the Bronx into this if you want to make a direct proportion from population to population, density to density. So if we were in the Bronx right now, which is about the same population as Amsterdam, you would hear not just 2 or 3 cars passing right behind us. You would hear a gigantic highway, a few highways, running right through the middle of the city. Gigantic highways. Lots of pollution. Some of the highest rates of asthma in the world are in the Bronx because of all the gas-guzzling cars that are constantly passing through the middle of that borough, which can be a beautiful borough, which used to be a beautiful borough, but we unfortunately have destroyed it with highways and car infrastructure. The Bronx could be a heavenly place, but no, we decide to make it a place that we can drive our vehicles because we think bicycles are inconvenient. They aren't. Again, I'm gonna have a nice talk with Eric Adams when I go back to New York City. Are the little cars electric? Some of them are gas. We saw a very older one. Among those 2 cars, one of them definitely looked like gas. The other one looked to be more electric. So Tim says, can bikes work in the cold and snow? That is an excellent question. So not just bikes. Again, I'll recommend him. Great YouTube channel. He actually has an entire episode about biking in cold weather. Amsterdam doesn't get as cold as Chicago or New York or Boston. But where it does get as cold is Sweden, Stockholm, and Finland. And they have great bike infrastructure. So yeah, people do bike in the colder parts of Sweden and Finland, and those places get even colder than New York, and sometimes even snowier in some places. So it is possible to make bike infrastructure optimized for cold weather, and it doesn't cost a fortune like people think it will. Adam says you could chat with not just bikes. You know, he just went on vacation. He just made a post saying he's on vacation. He's not answering emails. So I came on the wrong time. B. Chris says, I don't like the idea of using public transport and bicycles in the winter. I mean, cars are far more dangerous in the winter. Slipping on ice, the low visibility in certain wintry nights causes a lot more pedestrian deaths. If you're handicapped, it's much more of a pain to get around by vehicle, by car, in the winter. There's a lot of issues with car infrastructure in the winter that would be remedied if our cities were more dense. You know, for example, Chicago, the reason Chicago would be hard right now if it were purely public transportation, and I tried. Chicago was a pain just using public transportation because buses were every 15 to 30 minutes. It's crazy wait times for buses. And then when it came to metro, oh, they were smelly. They weren't accessible. Luckily, I don't need accessibility, but they weren't accessible. And they took a while. They were slow. So, and Chicago is pretty sprawling. So things are pretty spaced out. It's not as dense as this. You see only this density in the older parts of Boston, older parts of Philly, and New York. And maybe a few other cities around the US. But that can be remedied. You know, Chicago doesn't need to be as spaced out. You can start building closer and growing communities where you don't need to walk as long distances to get to groceries or food or your bar that you hang out in or your work. Pari says, what time will you eat lunch? I am stuffed. Not anytime soon. But we're just taking our sweet time today. So today is the last official Amsterdam live stream before I'm off to who knows where. But this is the last official Amsterdam live stream. So let's enjoy it. And we're taking our sweet, sweet time. No hurry. If you're in a hurry, do let me know. Do let me know if you're in a hurry. Because we will pick up the pace and we'll finish faster. We'll get straight to the point. If you're really that in a hurry, we'll be considerate to you. I'm joking around. No, we're gonna take our time. Look at this. This is a to order. If you're using the bike, you can easily just kind of roll your bike up rather than trying to carry it. Catherine says, have you bought any chocolate? Yeah, I tried chocolate in Zanskans, where they used to be the chocolate manufacturing center. But yeah, it was good. It was good. Wow, what happened here? Damn. Looks like a crime scene. Wow. This area looks a bit rougher. We're entering the hoods of Amsterdam. Almo says, have you announced the next stop? No, I have not. Catherine says, is it on video? Yes. Zanskans. Exploring the countryside history of Amsterdam. Easier to find replays on YouTube. Urbanist Exploring Cities. Is it free to park? Oh, I don't know about parking. I don't know. Susie says, no visit to Brooklyn. I was looking into it. There's not much in Brooklyn, Netherlands. It's just a little town, pretty much. So unfortunately not too much to see. Gruden says, if you had the opportunity to live in either Stockholm, Copenhagen, or Amsterdam for 5 years, which one would you move? If I had to choose between those three cities, I would choose Copenhagen. Prices are steep in Copenhagen, but I really connect with Danish culture. I really love their culture. It's very interesting society. Amsterdam, don't get me wrong, is amazing. I don't connect with Swedish culture, to be frank. Not so much. They do have beautiful things, of course, about their culture, but just on a personal level, I don't really connect with them. The Dutch, interesting culture. I like it. But I would find myself more at home living in Copenhagen. Don Giovanni says no, it's not free to park. Oh no. But you can park your bike for free. At least I have. I've not paid once for bike parking. There are some places where you can pay, and it's like private and probably a little bit more secure. Who's this person? Did you go to the Scotch and Soda shop, says Nicole? I did. Scotch and Soda, luckily, is a bit less pricier than New York. So if people don't know, Scotch and Soda is one of my favorite clothing brands. But I don't think they're my favorite anymore because I did come to this one. And the styles that they're doing, they're just taking summeriness, but just to the extreme. They're really going full force into Hawaiian style, which is nice if it were more authentically Hawaiian. It's just weird. It's just too kitschy what they're doing. So I'm a bit disappointed with Scotch and Soda and at least what they're doing this summer. Tim says today seems like a Q&A. We're just wandering. We're just chatting, Tim. No direction, no agenda. Don says New York City used to have trams. Yes. The most extensive tram system in the entire world used to be in Los Angeles. Yeah, you heard that right. In the world, it was LA. LA used to be a pretty dense city in its early history, in the early 1900s, and then became super sprawling as it is today. Because I think it was around the 1930s, late 20s, early 30s, car companies were paying the US government to pass legislation that would prevent tram companies from expanding. And then the other thing is these car companies, when the government was moving slow on that regard, they would just straight up buy the tram companies and then destroy them themselves. So LA went from having the most extensive tram network in the world, more extensive than any European city, most European cities you even would see today, to being a car-infested, highway, tangled mess that it is today. And yeah, here are houseboats. Look at these. Let me know what these boats are for. I'm very curious, these smaller ones. They're usually next to the houseboats.
Is aware of it, and then COVID came. People were at home.
How do you know the average prices for houseboats? I don't. I heard that some of them were more expensive than average apartment or townhouse. Look at these ones. Wow.
Hello again.
Hi. I'm not sure if we saw that guy before. He said hello again. Noah says, anyone wants to know the history of LA should watch Who Framed Roger Rabbit. The car companies paid off the judge who bought public transport to destroy them and then killed the cartoons. yeah, it's actually a good, you're right, it's actually a very good movie for learning the history of LA. Yeah, thank you. So clean everywhere, says Diana, yeah. Joanne says, I truly love your sweater shirt. April says, the locals are getting to know you. Yep. It's like Ireland. I'm here for a few days already waving to the locals. Adam says, is GM responsible for buying those tram networks? I think so. General Motors, yeah. Ooh. Oh, wow. Oh, that's the Mint Tower. Oh, cool. Me puede preguntar cualquier cosa en español. Gracias por viendo todo lo de hispanos. No hablo tanto español. Tengo que recordarme a hablar un poco más de español frecuentemente porque tengo muchos latinoamericanos y españoles viendo este show. Pero aquí en Amsterdam todo el mundo habla inglés. En todos los Netherlands, en el país entero, se habla inglés. Es bien común. La única persona que no va a saber tanto inglés son personas que son de bastante edad. Seas como más de 70 años. Pero casi todo el mundo habla inglés. Es más fácil hablar inglés que tratar de hablar... how do you say Dutch in Spanish? No sé cómo se dice Dutch en español. Y puede avisarme. So I just said in Spanish, almost everyone here in the Netherlands knows English. Basically, the only people who know not so good English would have to be people who are pretty much older than the age of 70. Otherwise, pretty much everyone knows English. Esfiel says, is that how you say Dutch in Spanish? The language? Holandés? Oh, qué bien. Holandés. That's how you say Dutch in Spanish. That's unfair to all the other states of the Netherlands. Holland is only two of them, North Holland and South Holland. We haven't explored outside Holland, basically. You're right now in the Jordan neighborhood, says Don. Yeah. Yeah. We're just wandering around Jordan. Ooh, this street looks lively. All right, we're kind of going in circles, but F it. As we say in America, F it. F it, we're doing it live. We're going in circles for fun. I mean, Amsterdam is just one gigantic semicircle, so there's no way out of it. You will be forced to go in the circle whether you like it or not in Amsterdam. Almost as many Irish pubs. This city has a few. It has more than, say, a Denmark or a Stockholm. Yeah, there's more than Scandinavian. So yeah, you'll find a few Irish pubs, but not that many. Not as many as the US or even Paris or areas of the UK. Jacob says it's like a spider web. Yeah, it kind of looks like a spider web in terms of its design. Lori, this is the neighborhood of Jordan. Es como decir americano para referirse a inglés de Estados Unidos. Es injusto para el resto del país americano. Sí, un poco injusto para el resto de los holandeses. Porque no es solo Holanda que es el único estado de los Netherlands. All right, we're getting to the touristy areas. We're back. Kay says you can go around the world without finding. You can't go around the world without finding an Irish pub. Yeah, you'll find an Irish pub anywhere. Every city I've been to, there was an Irish pub. Italy, around Greece, Seattle, Chicago, of course, Chicago. Puerto Rico. I think Puerto Rico has a few Irish pubs. There's Irish pubs literally everywhere. So Zen says now we're in Westatorin. Ooh, Westatorin. I like the vibe of Westatorin. It's nice. I like the outdoor seating here a little bit more. Amsterdam does not have too much outdoor seating. Nowhere near on the level of Copenhagen or Paris. Ooh, Le Petit Deli. There's a few Irish pubs in Melbourne. So I just seen, ooh, that's good to hear.
Now it stays for a couple of weeks. So soon.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey,
Hi.
how are you?
Good, good. You claim to be the best cheesecake in
Maybe.
in Amsterdam. Maybe, okay.
Well, that's my marketing, getting people inside. You know?
You got me inside because I'm from New York, so
That's a new thing.
I'm from New York, so we do have our cheesecakes.
Good, good.
Oh,
good.
I'll try the basic one, or a slice.
Basic one.
Yeah. Do you have any?
What's basic?
Plain.
Classic New York. I
Yeah.
don't have it because you're already finished.
Okay. Which one you recommend?
I don't know what you like. On the top floor, I have like the non-baked cheesecakes.
Yeah.
So strawberry and vanilla, chocolate and dates, NDMS, canapés with cheesecake filling, orange and poppy
Okay.
seeds. And then on the second floor, I have like the baked cheesecakes.
Yeah.
Basque bird, that's a Spanish cheesecake, double chocolate last pieces, and brownie cheesecake.
I'm gonna try this one, the fruity.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
You gonna eat it now?
Eat it now. Yeah. And me a card.
I think I make all the cakes here by myself.
Oh, you do? Oh, cool.
There's nothing pre-made or pre-frozen, everything's fresh.
Oh, nice.
There you go, more cakes you like. No, it's
Oh, it's good that you don't
they
freeze
start
them.
finishing. No.
Yeah. More common, unfortunately, in the area. You happen to have bottles of water as well?
No, I have like really tap water. Should I give you like a
small cup? Yeah.
So you're here for holidays?
I am, yeah. I make videos about travel.
Oh, nice.
And I'm doing one of this neighborhood, which is very
You're
beautiful.
doing like Amsterdam. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's your dad. That's one of the most typical streets and areas in Amsterdam.
Right.
This is like the oldest food street of the city. If you've noticed, like in this street, it's like only food there and not clothes or Starbucks or things going on.
Yeah.
So here you're gonna find like a lot of small soap, coffee, sandwiches, and those kind of things.
Oh, cool. Awesome. Do you have any recommendations for bars? For
Bars like a cafe, it's very nice if you want, like on the next street is like Lupa Cafe, they have like their own coffee, and then on Greek, so very close by it's called like Cafenino, so it's like a typical Greek cafe.
So,
Greek coffee.
Freddo,
yes.
Oh,
Freddo,
that's good.
Frappé, all these kind of things.
Yeah.
And a lot of Greeks are hanging out there, so that's really fun.
Oh, very cool, man. All right, thank you so much.
This is the car that they
Oh,
give them.
yes.
Also they live outside.
Oh,
Go
yeah.
back home.
Oh.
Whatever you want to say to me. The idea is to collect
Let me show.
greetings from all over the world.
Let me show that. May contain calories, so I love that.
That's you know responsibility.
Yeah.
The
Oh.
guy that did the pasta is from New York.
Oh, I see. That's funny. Oh, so you get people to write it down.
Yeah. Not now.
Not now,
They
okay.
need to send it back from the country.
Okay. I might do that, yeah, because I send postcards. Thank you so much.
That's old style but real thing.
That's very cool. All right, have a
Enjoy
good day.
Amsterdam.
Thank
Have a
you.
good day. Bye-bye.
Justine says he talks fast. He does. He's Greek. So the Greeks definitely are very lively when they talk. I love it. Yeah. All right. Very kind. Yeah, he gave me a postcard. I'll show you in a bit. Just gotta find a place to sit. This is the challenge when it comes to covering food. It's a place to put down my camera. We'll do it Dutch style. Someone left a super chat. Ooh, I guess we're going Dutch on the cheesecake.
Okay.
All right. Someone left a super chat. Who was it? Brett Moss. Hey, Brett. Brett says your streams are very cool. Love them very much. Well worth the super chat. Hey, Brett, thank you so much for the super chat. So Brett is going Dutch on this cheesecake. Going Dutch is not just the American term. It's actually something used. Well, the term is not used here, but the concept here that people do is they split the bill. No matter whether you're on a date or hanging out with a coworker or a friend or you're a boss and you're hanging out with one of the people who you manage, it doesn't matter. There's a concept of always going Dutch, meaning you split the bill. And the reason the Dutch do that is to not go through the hassle of trying to figure out who's gonna take the bill this time. So we're gonna try a cheesecake, classic cheesecake. The guy was very nice. Greek, he says that he bakes it in-house. And he claims that he's the best in Amsterdam according to his marketing. And we're gonna try it out. He gave me a postcard too that apparently he wants people to send back. This sounds cool. Let me know. Should I send the postcard back to this gentleman? Depends on the cheesecake is good. But he has a sticker that says may contain calories. May contain calories. That's funny. Sandy says, yes, of course. Luckily in the US, postage is not that expensive. That looks good. Yeah, it does look like a good cheesecake. It looks like a good, worthy cheesecake. I'll show it to you. Look at that, wow. It does look like a very well-made cheesecake. Rachel says, send the postcard back. I love waking up in the morning and rolling over and tuning into Ariel, says Deanna. Deanna, thank you so much for doing it. Ooh. He did something interesting here. The graham cracker crust on the bottom is soaked in what appears to be maybe a simple syrup or caramel. Really? Really? Is he going to do this to a New Yorker? I mean, I already went to Copenhagen that had the best hot dogs I've ever had in my life. Like classic American hot dogs. They had it in Copenhagen. And then just a few days ago, I go to a bar and had some Belgian beer. Probably one of the better beers I've had in my life. It makes me tempted to go to Belgium. And now this cheesecake. How dare you, owner of this cheesecake shop? How dare you make a great cheesecake? This is a really good cheesecake. Really good. The graham cracker crust is soaked in some simple syrup and it's delicious. Somehow it retains this kind of crackerness. It's hard to describe it. It's kind of a crumbliness. It retains this crumbliness while tasting sweet on the bottom. But the actual cheesecake itself, super creamy. I love the jam on top. Really good. Mmm. That is one great cheesecake. David has a great word. Granularity. Granularity. Yeah, that was a bit hard. Granularity. That's a bit hard to say, but yeah. Yeah. Great cheesecake. And there's a little bit of crunch. So you put some maybe black sesames on top to add just a slight bit of crunch. This is an excellent cheesecake. It tastes very similar to Eileen's special cheesecakes in New York. It's not quite Junior style. Junior style is more kind of heavier, more milkier. This one's a bit more easier to go down. Really great. I do recommend it. What's the name of these guys? I'll check the, oh, here it is. Cheesy cakes, straight to the point. It's called cheesy cakes. Just in case you had any doubts, the cakes are cheesy. Party Party says, didn't I tell you? Greek foods are great. Unfortunately, no Greek restaurants in my neighborhood. yeah, the owner was Greek, but this is a classic New York style cheesecake. He had the Basque style cheesecake, which is kind of a more burnt cheesecake. And it's not my favorite. I like this one. So he made a really good classic New York style. Apparently he had plain too, which is interesting. It sold out. Wow. It reminds me, as a little kid, if you grew up in the 1990s, you might have had the Philadelphia cream cheese cheesecake packs. Let me know if you ever tried that. It's fast food. It's processed, but it had such a unique taste to it. It was really good, especially as a little kid. It reminds me of those cheesecakes in a good way. It has that kind of, I don't know, very good cream cheese taste to it. Excellent. Blee says, I remember them. Lori says, yes. Ella says, yes. I'm not sure what happened to those cheesecakes. I think they got discontinued. Let me know if they're still available. Is it a jam or is it more like topping? No, this is a jam. Yeah, it's more like a jam or like a compote. I'm not 100% the difference between jams, compotes. Marmalades usually come from citrusy fruits, so I know what marmalade is, but jam and compote always kind of trick me. I'm not sure what the full difference is, but it's one of those two. Lori says, yes, they're still available. I saw something in the store. Wow, they're still available. I gotta try them again when I go to the US. Oh my God. I usually don't finish desserts on these videos because otherwise I won't be able to walk. But I just gotta finish it. Here's the views. So Lori says it's called jelly because it's Lori says you reduce the fruit with some sugar and lemon, then puree it and strain it. Oh, thank you so much. I tried cheesy cakes. I do recommend them. Barry says, what was the postcard about? He just wants people to send them from all around the world. He's posting them. He had one from New York, which was cool. It was a picture of a kid eating a pasta. One thing I love about Amsterdam is that they have rubbish bins. So good. All right, at this point, I'm really gonna need coffee though. Ugh. Oh, that was a lot of food. Sandy Pandy says, I love the smell of oregano. That's good. When are you coming to Dordrecht? Ooh, I'm not sure where Dordrecht is. Mika says yes to coffee. Yeah. It is a good time for a coffee. Sir, how is Amsterdam in October, says Vidya. Vidya, you have to watch more of my videos so you can get a sense of where I'm from. I'm not from Amsterdam. First time here, so I don't know from personal experience how is it October, but I would assume it's not as cold as New York.
Mira que iba papá.
Lori says it's so cosmopolitan. Yeah, yeah. As I mentioned, almost same population as Suffolk County, Long Island, and this feels way more cosmopolitan. Oh, this is the church. This is not Mint Tower. So this is the church that we visited the other day, right behind Anne Frank's house. Norma says, "Are you going to Anne Frank's house?" I'll show it to you from the front. Right here, Anne Frank's house. Inkspire Life says, such a nice walking scale to the city. Oh yes. And right around the corner we have the banh mi place that really impressed me. So I recommend that as well. And we have a bicycle tour. You can take bike tours around here in the city. We have one in front of us right now as well, which is very cool. Lori says you should show us how many steps there you did at the end. I don't know, I don't track them, but I am very curious. Interesting, Get Your Guide, which is my favorite service to find day trips. So if you're looking for a day trip away from a city, using Amsterdam probably not the best place to book a organized day trip because you can get to almost anywhere by yourself, public transportation. I think it's more worth going alone. But if you're in the UK, France, if you want to see Mont Saint-Michel, if you're in Greece, this is a great service. Get Your Guide, great website, and there you can book day trips. But it's interesting that they have now their own boat. That's really cool. So right here we have the Anne Frank house. This is the entire museum complex of the Anne Frank house. Always really full. There's always a line outside. You do have to book far in advance. Tickets do get sold out weeks in advance sometimes. Marie says, does he ever reveal his next destination? No. Top secret information. Or maybe there were hints all along. Maybe when I go to said next destination, you will know, like, oh, I kind of knew it the entire time. He's been saying it, and yet I thought he was joking. Maybe Marit, that's how I'm doing my my future cities. Or maybe all the hints are just false leads, leading to nowhere. On a wild goose chase. And then where I end up going is a place that you did not expect whatsoever. Stay tuned. And Frank house is a small house on the left. Yeah. Let's go up to the front. Ron says his next destination depends on what the CIA tells him. Janet says, I'll be shocked if you go to the Philippines. Well, the one thing I can tell you is that I'm staying in Europe. Europe through September. That's the one thing I can tell you. Renee says it's Agatha Christie-like gaslighting. You gotta be careful with that term. That term, people are using it a lot. Place called Sunnyside. Look at that.
Vaya que el poder que tiene la mente sobre el cuerpo es
That's fine. April says, did you go to Greece yet? Last year, you can see 2 weeks of Greece. There's definitely a lot more to Greece, but I went a little bit longer than 2 weeks, like 2 weeks and a half in Greece. Definitely worth it. One of the best countries I visited. Oh, the church is open today. Let's check it out. Almo says rubbish clues are still fun. I'm glad you're enjoying the clues or the non-clues. I won't give any clues as to whether I'm giving clues or not clues. Tunita says, how much do you walk per day? So, I do, these past 2 weeks, I've been doing about a 3-hour live stream. Most of it is walking around. I haven't been sitting around too much for my live streams. So 3 hours, okay. A lot of walking. I walk on a fairly fast pace. So someone could maybe do some calculations. And then beyond that, I'm probably walking for about like 3 or 4 hours beyond that. Oh, we crashed the wedding. So I'm walking about 8 hours a day on my feet. My shoes are getting destroyed. I already had to buy 1 new pair of shoes. Might need to buy a second pair now. Renee says the real clues are the friends we made along the way. Indeed, Renee, just like most great movies, yeah. It's the friends you make along the way.
En wellicht tot de volgende keer.
As with most things in the Netherlands, it's already closed, the church. They're closing like right now, unfortunately, yeah. So churches, if you want to visit churches, aim for before 4 p.m. April says Converses are more expensive here too. Yeah, it's tough to find Converse sneakers, which I use. It's high tops that are more like sneakers. Girl Nicole says, I have goals too, Ariel. For you, she is blonde and she's very nice. Are you trying to set me up, Girl Nicole?
Sorry, man.
Yes.
How
much? A few.
Okay, so
That guy was a bit high out of his mind. So here we have the Anne Frank house. Kirby says Converse are uncomfortable. If you buy classic Converse, yes. If you buy the high tops that are more like sneakers, way more comfortable. So yeah, here's where you enter the Anne Frank house. They have like a area where they teach you the history of her. It lasts about 20 or 30 minutes. They're really in depth. They tell you everything you know. The people there are really good storyteller. At least the person I had was really good at telling her story. They had actual pages from her real diary, which was very interesting to see. The actual bookcase, which her and her family hid behind, that was also there. Aside from that, there was not that many other decorations of the original items in the house were not there any longer, of course. Probably due to the entire events that happened. They couldn't retrieve a lot of those original furnishings.
It's a very old building. If you go inside, you might even be left.
So the way she was able to, there's a lot of people here. Let me move out of the way. The way she was able to keep her and her family were able to hide, along with, there was another couple and there was another man who was a business merchant, also Jewish. They all hid in the annex of these buildings. A lot of these buildings had extensions in the back. Similar to how even in the US we make annexes. The only difference is that these annexes were technically separate buildings. They were connected via like a hallway, but they still kind of were like separated. So if you were unable to see the back alley of these blocks, you would not be able to tell that there's space enough for another building. So that's why a lot of the the Germans, when they took over the Netherlands, probably did many checks in all these neighborhoods to see where were the Jewish people hiding. They couldn't find it because it was behind the building, still connected. The only entrance was a bookcase. So the bookcase, you had to actually open it. So it was a secret entrance. And that's how they were able to sneak in. They had to be very quiet during the entire day because part of the cover was that the business was still running. So Anne Frank's father, Otto Frank, was a businessman. He owned a company that sold jelly powder. So we talked about jelly before with our cheesecake. Before, in order to make jelly a little bit easier, they would use powder. And he sold that powder. Revolutionized cooking in the kitchen at a much cheaper cost. He had to sell that business. He was actually very smart in selling the business many months before the Germans fully took over the Netherlands. So what happened? How did the Germans take over the Netherlands? Well, the Netherlands didn't really develop their army, didn't develop defenses. They weren't as smart as the Swiss, for example, who end up putting defenses all around their borders. They did not develop an army, like say the Americans did, or then later the British. So they just assumed that Germany was not going to invade them. They counted on the word of Germany, saying, no, we're not going to invade you. We have no intention to invade you. You're okay. And they took that word because in World War I, it was the same scenario. Netherlands was neutral. They did not get invaded. But the Germans, that time around, it was a different administration from World War I, as we all know, the big N, the big H. They did not follow up on their word. They did not follow up on their word with England. They did not follow up their word with the Netherlands and countless other countries all around Europe. They told them that they were going to have peace, and a few months later they would attack in full force. So they did. Christoph says, say the name. I can't because otherwise I'll start getting demonetized if I say the name of the party that ran the Germans and the leader who ran the Germans. So they attacked Rotterdam, leveled it down to the ground. And as they leveled down Rotterdam to the ground, the Netherlander people, the Dutch, were worried that they were going to continue doing this city after city. That was the threat of the Germans. If you don't surrender now, Amsterdam will be next. Utrecht will be next. Groningen, I'm not sure how to pronounce that city in the north. All of these cities will be leveled down to the ground. So they caved in and surrendered. The Germans took over. Otto Frank had his business transferred over to the non-Jewish Dutch people who worked with him, and they were able to continue the business as the Germans were here, and they hid right behind the house. Unfortunately, they were caught, and they were sent to a concentration camp. And her sister, their mother, did not survive. Otto ended up surviving. He found the diary that was left over at the house and ended up publishing it. And luckily, it ended up becoming read by most people all around the world. It was translated into countless languages, translated into countless books and media and comic books and movies. There was an Oscar award-winning film as well. And her story still lives on. That diary that she wrote through those terrible years of the war. Barris is quoting Faulty Tower, says, "Don't mention the war. I mentioned it once, but I think I got away from it." And look at this huge boat here. Flagship Amsterdam. Wilmy says, "Someone betrayed them." Oh no. Do let me know more details. That was the gist of the story I learned about. But that was the house we just passed by. Very crowded, a lot of people taking selfies. They don't allow video or photos inside. Most people did respect that, which was nice. You know, in the museum, they did not mention about betrayal. I don't think so. They didn't mention anything about betrayal, nor in the audio guide. Fascinating. Was that in her book? I never read the diary. I've seen maybe a documentary or two on it. And Dawn says that's why Rotterdam looks like New York, because it was leveled down to the ground and rebuilt from the ashes into a new gleaming city filled with skyscrapers and wide streets and very high-end rail and metro and trams. Yeah, that's right. Ron says they were pointed out by a fellow Jew who was caught by the Germans. BBC reports, yeah. That's obviously not the full story. Sweden was also nothing of strategic value, says R.A.H. Ra. And a lot harder to occupy when you're made out of mountains and not flat land. They still invaded Norway though. They invaded Norway just in order to take ownership of the oil industry. And of course to block trade routes between the UK and the rest of Europe. Girl in the Curl says, that's so awful. Fear does terrible things to humanity, yeah.
The way that like he's upset because sometimes like
it's the reason why, as I mentioned in a previous broadcast, Winston Churchill was what's a good word for it? They laughed at him, and then not only laughed at him, they criticized him, accused him of being a warmonger when he was trying to warn the British people, saying the big H says peace terms, but he does not mean it. He intends on attacking us. And they said that he was a warmonger. He just wanted money. It didn't turn out that way. Winston Churchill did not make immense amounts of profit from the war, but he saved England. That's the thing. We do have to listen to certain leaders that are smart about this. Sometimes you think, oh no, they're just exaggerating. Not always. Not always. Some people out there in the world really don't need to be in leadership anymore. And we have to do our best to not take their word and to properly defend ourselves. We have to do that. I think that's why it's important to recognize the great courage, valor, and goodness that certain militaries in the world have done. Yes, they've used violence, and violence does suck, and it shouldn't be the answer. But some people just are unable to work any other way. And the Americans, the British, the Netherlands here, whoever were involved in the resistance fighters in France, they all did their best, and they helped the world ultimately. There's like a wedding there. That's cool. Let's follow the wedding boat. It's a wedding. Marianne says, thanks for saying this. Yeah, my pleasure. So here's the neo-medieval building I wanted to buy because of the conversion rates that American dollar now has with euro. So since it's basically a parity, yeah, this is the building I'm going to buy here in Amsterdam. It's very nice. It looks very cool. Hey, Toilet Bro Salesman says, do you know the word lekker? It means, it's my favorite word to use for an attractive person. Lekker, lekker. I did not know lekker also applied to people. But yeah, it's very interesting that lekker also means delicious. I used it a few times already. Ved says, I love your walks. Oh, I'm so glad that. All right, Dutch urbanists, now I need your help. How do I get to Central Station? I think I have to go towards the trams, maybe this way. But let me know, how do I get to Central Station? Let's go somewhere interesting. Here's the Pizza Baker's, one of my favorite recommendations for pizza here in Amsterdam. Also in a few other cities in the Netherlands. Esfiel says, speaking of Dutch words, what about gezellig? Yeah, gezellig is a very interesting concept. Some people say it's like hygge, but no, it's different from hygge. Gezellig is almost like, it's a concept of, I don't even know how to explain it, but from my understanding, it's the concept of making it comfortable for everyone. So in order to have the best bike infrastructure and people ride their bikes, you do not step on the red pavement. That's like gezellig. You have a cafe. Generally people won't speak too loud. They won't be too disruptive. That's gezellig. That's my understanding. It's a bit of a interesting concept of kind of maintaining the decorum and the peace for people. That you have to consider others before you really just do something for yourself. Consider your neighbors. Renee says this is a lekker YouTube channel. Chris says left. Kay says you haven't bought it yet. What are you referring to, Kay? Just let me know. Oh, the building. No, I haven't bought it yet. It's a bit tough to buy property here as an American. Walk ahead and then left on the big street. Okay, cool. Thank you. Ahead, big street. Cool. Wilmy says, where are you now? What street? I am in Herrengracht. This is like the fancy area. This is where some of the bigger houses are. Herrengracht. You can see. There's also a Dutch concept of not kind of being too showy. So that's why here you don't see palaces like the French or the English. And you don't see huge, gigantic mansions like we do in America. All the way back to 1700s when America was born. People who were rich would build gigantic homes. Very ostentatious at times. But here, the Dutch, you could be the richest merchant. Nope. They won't build that extravagant. But sometimes you can tell that it's a bit extra, you know. They're spending a bit more money, like this stone one. You can tell. You can tell this one. They're spending a bit more money. There was a big issue a few years ago where some big national magazine made a top 10 list of the richest people in all of Netherlands. They listed one guy on there, and the guy told to national public, like, hey, I don't make that much. That magazine had to write an apology on their next issue saying, sorry, we overestimated your wealth. We will be bumping you down the list. And that's pretty much how the Dutch approach wealth. So this is a very interesting coffee shop. This is called Gray Area. From what I've read, this is one of the favorite places of Willie Nelson when he visits Amsterdam, and also Snoop Dogg. This is where they hang out. Gray Area. This is a coffee shop. This is a coffee shop to smoke, not to drink a cappuccino. Right here, gezellig. Sharon says, this reminds me of Providence, Rhode Island. Oh, cool. Whoa. Look at this huge building construction here. I wonder how old this is. 80s, 90s, early thousands. Miss Yoko, nice to see you here. MJ says, have you been to my hometown? MJ, remind me where you're watching from. Ross says that building is horrific. I mean, it does stick out from the beautiful skyline that we have here. Tim says, attaché. I'm not sure who that guy is that stepped out of the gray area. I'm not sure. Is he some type of celebrity? Let me know. April says, do you see any construction going on? Yes, right here. Right here. Glad you asked, April. Yeah, there's not that much construction here. We're not in the areas where will be a lot of construction. This is more like the Upper West Side in New York than, say, Williamsburg. So we're in the older part of Amsterdam. I think once you start going out a little bit, you'll start seeing more bigger apartments being built. Marco says, do you miss scaffolding? Not even the least bit. Not even the least bit. I actually like that. I barely seen scaffolding my entire trip here. So Touch says, do coffee shops actually serve coffee? They do serve coffee. It won't be necessarily good coffee though. I'm not sure if any of the coffee shops actually sell good coffee. Do let me know if there's one out there that actually has good coffee. And do they have cannabis infused coffee? Do let me know. But yeah, you'll find treats, you'll find like milkshakes, juices, pretty healthy stuff. They don't sell alcohol. I would recommend not mixing them. They have sometimes teas, and they sometimes have herbal teas like mint tea, which is very good, very pleasant, and water as well. So, big comment, but she in essence is saying that the wealth was in the homes were actually in the paintings and the beautiful objects. Also, the idea of the cabinet of curiosities was something in the homes that you would see. So it would not be outwardly wealth, but the wealth would be inside if you're lucky to go inside. Tim says over 400 plus viewers right now. Oh wow, slam that like button, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in on this Amsterdam wander. Let's see if we could go to a part of the city where it's completely different from this. As you can tell, you'll take a long time walking around Amsterdam. Use a bike if you can. Not too many Lamborghini bicycles. The company we saw yesterday was called Santos. Yeah, I don't see any Santos bikes. Oh, this way is the red light district. Right here. Renee says, is there any Dutch goat cheese? I tried Dutch sheep cheese. I don't think I've tried a goat yet. This building was constructed in 1652. Wow. Everyone slam that like button right now. Want to give a huge thanks to Carol, Dutch, not a Dutch person, but a viewer called Dutchanese, and AJ, and we have a few other people tuning in. Vlad was another one that have left PayPals. Thank you so much for your PayPal contributions. And they were very generous. Carol and Dutch were super generous with their PayPal contributions. So thank you so much. A round of hearts to Carol and Dutch. April says, have you seen any cannabis cuisine? No. They have a free cannabis school in the red light district to educate and promote safe use of globalization and legalization. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm curious to check it out. I think the only museums you'll find open late night is in the red light district. And they have a museum of prostitution. Yep. They have a museum of cannabis. They have a few museums in there. Let's avoid the red light district and continue walking through. Brian, thank you so much for the recommendation. Chris says, is the Museum of Prostitution interactive? I don't know what it entails. It's just a museum. I did not go in. It had a sign outside saying, this is the only place you can take photos in the red light district. I found that very humorous. Wow. this street. Ved says, why is it so calm? Population is here. It's not. It's getting late, so a lot of the stores are getting closed. Ganu says, how can you not go in? They are not so kind to cameras in the red light district. All right, I need to drink some water and take off my sunglasses. So bear with me. But yeah, the red light district is walk during the evening. It is safe generally. Do beware of pickpockets. That's probably the only thing. The only place where I would say it would be unsafe is taking too many pictures or video. There you can find someone who won't like that at all and be much more aggressive than anywhere else in the city. So I would avoid taking photos or videos. They seem to really not like it. And there is a sex museum as well. Yeah, that I think is a bit more. I'm not sure, I wouldn't say family friendly, but I would say it's a bit more friendly. I've heard that people's cameras have been through into the canals. So there might have been vloggers who've done it. Some of them might be local, so they already know the place. Others are just daring. But yes, there have been people who had their phones taken, snatched, or thrown into the canal, someone just said. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the case. Otherwise, the rest of Amsterdam, very easygoing. All right, let's go. Alun says, it really depends day by day. It's different weather. Today it's about 71 degrees Fahrenheit and it's sunny. So luckily I'm not sweating. If it were any hotter, then after this walk I would be a little bit more sweatier. Ella says, I don't see a lot of chubby folks. Nice to see people having a healthy lifestyle. Yeah, it's nice. Someone earlier mentioned that obesity is actually pretty high in this. I haven't seen it too much, but I have noticed that the country's not as skinny as, say, Denmark. Denmark is a very skinny society. France, too, pretty skinny. This is a nice building. Gnu says, okay, this obesity talk is making me uncomfortable while I'm sitting here stuffing my face with Doritos. Oh, hello, Ariel. My dad's tuning in. Welcome. Nice to see you here. Welcome to the broadcast. Now we're going to a place we haven't been to before. Stay tuned. We're going to use a unique form of transportation with this travel pass I have. Marie says, cycling is a great way to get a good workout. It is. I have broken a sweat cycling around. It is surprisingly a good workout. So right here, see the tall We have the hotel, and right next door should be the parking garage for bicycles. Loon says, is it okay to film it during the day, the red light district? Nah, pretty much no. I would say maybe in the early morning you could get away with it. Here we have one of the older coffee shops in all of Amsterdam. This is the Bulldog, opened up in the 1970s. So here we can see the Bulldog, opened in the 1970s. Right here. Funnily enough, there are now a coffee chain that's also in Italy, but they're not selling cannabis. It's only coffee. Chris says the Danes are tall. You know, the Danes were tall, but the Dutch do take the top slot in terms of height. Oh my. Hola, nomades. I'm not sure whether I would feel comfortable. I mean, I'm all for pigeons. They're beautiful creatures, but I'm not sure if I would feel too comfortable eating at a place with a horde of pigeons on top and all that pigeon poo on that sign. Marie says, surprised there's not that many skateboarders. No, barely seen skateboarders. Barely seen scooters either. Most people are just bicycling around. Max says, I lived in Amsterdam for 1 year in 1975, but not much has changed. Oh, we have a... Let's see how it is. Oh, and this leads to Dam Square. Okay, cool. Ross says you should go to the farmers' protest right now. Yeah, I heard. Oh, I smell hookah. What? People are smoking hookah. Cool. Very few hookah places here. If you don't know what hookah is, it's water pipe tobacco, also known as nargile, or water pipe. Depends on the country. Here's a smart shop, Magic Truffles. Smart shop. Yep, you can buy truffles and actual mushrooms, the psychedelic kind, legally here. Or not legally, but like gray area, illy. Here's an Irish pub. A lot of people ask for them. Uh-oh, we're in the red light district, Triple X. I'm joking around. That's the coat of arms of Amsterdam. Janice, right, yeah, in Arabic it's called shisha. So shisha, nargile, hookah. Hookah is an Indian word, nargile is a French/Syrian word, and shisha is the Arabic word. All right. Here we are at the Dam Rack. Dam Rack leads to the Dam Square. At the Dam Square, you also see the Dam Church. And there's a lot of Dam shops all around here. This is like the main shopping area. Or a little bit further down. A little bit further down. Just to make up the area. This is not the dam rack yet. My mistake. Here you gotta look in every single direction. You gotta dodge everything here. Chris says there's a dam protest. Yeah, there's a dam protest nearby. Well, let's see if we can get to the dam station and avoid the dam protest. Oh. Is hookah for getting high, says Almo. No. I mean, it's nicotine. You still get a nicotine high, but it's not as psychoactive as cannabis. It's tobacco. It's more of a stimulant. Ivalu says it's like soft tobacco. Yeah, it's less than a cigarette or a cigar. Oh, a video game shop. Look at this. Cool. Paul says, I ate a space cake here once. I thought I could swim back to the UK. That's very impressive, Paul. I admire your confidence under the influence. Ariel says, CBD gummies. Yes, you can find CBD products here. Some coffee shops might have pure CBD joints. I went to one of them called Relax. It had a pure CBD joint. So if you want to experience a coffee shop without any of the high, go to one of those cafes, coffee shops, I mean, that have CBD joints. CBD isn't psychoactive. It's like having an alcohol-free beer at a bar, or a mocktail at a bar. Ella says, do you see many homeless people here? Barely. Now we're getting too close to the central station, so we might see a few more, but barely. There are homeless people around. So this is the central station. This is Amsterdam Centraal. And here you can catch trains, metro, buses, trams, and ferries. And it's within distance of catching a plane, because here you can go off to Schiphol. I'm not sure how to pronounce it. It's a lot harder. Schiphol. Very guttural sound. The airport here in near Amsterdam. You don't really need to worry about the time. The airport trains pass every like 10 minutes. So you'll easily get there and quickly. Love how these shops have no steps and no curbs. Easy access with people with special needs. Yeah, I mean, once you start getting to the second and third floor, it's gonna be pretty hard because a lot of these Amsterdam buildings are very tiny and they have very steep stairs. But yes, generally if you're on the first floor, it'll be very easy. If you're staying in a hotel, I would recommend staying in a modern hotel in a modern building. Do not take the risk of staying in an older building if you need accessibility. What is that building, says Blake? So this is the central train station. Gorgeous, isn't it? We have a hen night. A few hens coming from the UK with a huge penis balloon right here. Arun sent $2 super chat. Thank you so much. Don says you can also go to Paris here. Yeah, you could go to Paris. You could go to Brussels. You could go to London as well. Germany. You could go to Frankfurt, Hamburg, Dusseldorf. Dusseldorf is only like 2 hours and 10 minutes, 2 hours and 20 minutes away. Frankfurt is only like 5 hours away. You can go a lot of places. Zen says, I always found this entrance pretty ugly. It is. I think they can make it a little bit better looking from the outside. I mean, the building is gorgeous. But yeah, it's a bit plain from the outside. I assume just to maximize visibility, have something very open. But I wish it was a bit more ornate. Because yeah, it's a bit kind of plain from the outside. I wish maybe they had a tree. It seems like they're going to redevelop this entire area though. So here we see what a massive redevelopment project. This is what they're going to do. Oh, interesting. E says, it's so cool that you could travel so easily around Europe. Oh, yes, it's amazing. Zen says they're also building a new cycle garage. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. Right here is a cycling parking. Look how huge this is. Here, this is also the terminus for a lot of trams. Here's a huge tour group. Come on. Huge British tour group right behind us. All right, now we're gonna go to an area of Amsterdam that looks very different from the central historical area. We're going basically to the Brooklyn of Amsterdam now, but it's a bit tricky to get there. You can't really walk there. I don't think so. It might be a very long walk if we were to attempt it. So we're gonna take another mode of transportation to get there. And what do the Dutch do best? Water. Let's go. Show the murals, please. It's very erased, so not too much. Zen says it is free. Ferries are free. Really? Yeah, it's just blue. There's not much mural here. Susie sent 500 stars. Thank you so much. We have a star party. Star parties end up being huge bonuses. So thank you so much, everyone. Because of the bonuses, I'm able to show you this epic adventure through Europe. Because a lot of people tune in who love to travel vicariously. So I'm happy to bring vicarious travel. So thank you so much for the star bonuses on Facebook. And then all those super chatters, PayPalers, and patrons. Super urbanists. Thank you so much. Zen says, just wait. Wait for what, Zen? Do let me know. So here's the bus station. It's crazy hectic. After that experience in Stockholm, I kind of want to take a break from filming busy metro stations. So I'm not going to really walk inside. Oh my God, this is like a horde of cyclists. I don't even know what ferry I have to take. Cyclists, pedestrians, trams, buses. So much going on. Where do I take? Which one do I go up to north? Well, I'll go up there. How do I get there? Or how do I get to NDSM? Zen says this used to be car infested. Oh no. There we go. NDSM. Pickpocket Essential, says Chris. Yeah. Sweet. You don't need to. Really? They're free? No. I mean, I got 24-hour pass, so I'll be okay. They're free. I don't need this. I need to spend $8.50. I'll use it later to get back home. It's crazy. It's free. Can't go up. I'll stick to the back. Barry says it's a bike ferry. Yeah, a lot of bicyclists here. There's the F4 to NDSM. Oh wow, this is automated. In New York City, we do this manually. That's cool. We need this in New York City. Why do we have dudes still doing it, or also women, men and women? Why do we have actual people just doing this manually in New York? You just stroll right in. This is amazing. And we're off. Oh my God! No pop in circumstance. No tickets. No person whistling at another person, workers trying to close and rope in the ferry. Elizabeth says people seem very calm here. They are, yeah. It's a very calm society. He says, wow, that's simple. Yep. I am stunned. Susie says the benefit of high taxes. I will never complain about taxes again. I don't know how Americans want low taxes. It's insane. Rick says it costs £1,000 to get back. Uh-oh. Sharon says, is there not much immigration? There is. It's just different from what you would see in New York City. But yes, there is. So here we have one of the better viewpoints of the entire city of Amsterdam. And there is a swing. We just missed it. But there is a swing up there that you can swing above the building, which is very awesome. I'm very tempted to do it. Ooh, there's a circle line sightseeing tour here. Chris says the benefits of rich people paying their fair share of taxes. Yeah, it's the Dutch concept of gezellig, I think, also applies to taxes. Tavo says, wow, you didn't have to wait. Nope, not like in New York where you have to wait like 30 minutes under the hot boiling sun in front of the waterfront amidst a horde of hipsters and tourists. Nope. You didn't need to do that. It's very nice. Say goodbye to Amsterdam Central. Now we're going to the modern area of Amsterdam. Ella, thank you so much for the 50 stars. I appreciate you. Rick says, is the Staten Island ferry still free? Yeah, it is, but not as efficient as this. But of course, the water here is not as rough as the New York Harbor because it's mostly dammed. It's a dam waterway. Elizabeth says the white building, I was there once. So yeah, this should be the film museum, the Eye, which I'm so excited to go at some point. Zen says, I hope you're willing to walk a lot more. No, Zen, I was hoping to just chill out and not do more walking. Do I have to do a lot of walking in where we're going in BDSM? I mean, NDSM? Our man Volterra says, will Ariel find his way back to Scotland? On this ferry, maybe, who knows? We'll just continue off to the North Sea and then we'll go off to Scotland. Jacob says, this one's going to BDSM, I mean NDSM, yeah, it is. Zen says he took the wrong ferry. No, it says NDSM right there. Wharf F4. It's funny how we can barely see the Amsterdam skyline. There's not that many historic buildings here. That's fascinating because in New York we would see a lot more historic buildings on the waterfront, but here not so much. Everything was built within the canals. I assume they wanted to be extra protective, so they didn't build too big right next to this harbor. Tim asks, what is NDSM? Well, Tim, when a man is with a woman, or a man is with a man, or a woman with a woman, or non-binary to non-binary. Oh, yeah, NDSM. Oh, NDSM is just the neighborhood. It's like the industrial neighborhood. I'm not sure what it stands for. You do let us know what NDSM stands for. Zen says that there's a bit of New York vibes. There is, yeah. Even this building right over here looks like the one in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. Might be even the same architect. Who knows? If anyone can find out. That one looks exactly like the one in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. Thank you, Don Giovanni. So Don Giovanni put what NDSM stands for. Nederlandisch Dok en Schilsbol. I have no idea how to pronounce that. Thank you so much, Don Giovanni. Oh, look at that. Ooh, here we got a brothel. I mean a botel. Look at that. That is one letter away from being very explicit. Right. Yes, I'm doing it. What you ask? Oh, TikTok. Yeah, TikTok and Instagram would be vertical.
Yeah, the only other platforms are, it seems like they're RPG.
Yeah. So look at that. Are you doing Instagram or TikTok? Oh, you do TikTok. So cool. What type of TikToks?
I do just a lot of
Oh, so cool. Cool.
Yeah, it's here YouTube.
YouTube is Urbanist Exploring Cities.
Urbanism, exploring cities.
Yeah. And then
Space.
there is space. Yeah. Just type in Urbanist Exploring Cities. It should be the orange U. And then on TikTok, it's my name. You'll find a link on it on the YouTube. Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah. If you see my TikTok, leave a comment. I'd love to know. Yeah. Look at that. All right, yeah. It seems like there's a TikToker does mostly live videos of Amsterdam. Seems to be American. Mentioned he has like 4,000 followers on TikTok. It's cool. Awesome. Wow, so this is very well planned. So you have green to allow the passage in with the bikes and the pedestrians, and this red area to exit. Very well planned. Elizabeth says no pushing, no shoving. yeah, it is rather pleasant. It is Dutch gezellig. I think that you can also use that term. So we should be in NDSM. Let's see what is there to do at NDSM. What activities does one partake when doing NDSM all night long? Do let me know. Sharon says, is there a lot of tourists? Yeah, it seems that there was a portion of tourists. But there's also a lot of expats here. Americans here who live full-time. I've heard so much Americans that are locals. All right, where do I go in the SM? Jacob says it would have been a hell of a job to make all those people pay. Yeah, it might ruin the efficiency. You could make a turnstile system, but with bikes, it'll just get so tedious, I would assume. I'm not sure what their thinking is behind making free ferries. I'm very curious because New York is about to raise the prices of ferries. All right, where do I go? What do I do? Almost says, look for the Vegas type convention. Ooh, I see some street art. Let's go towards the street art. Look for... Hi, it says good, not allow those dangerous electric scooters. Yeah, electric scooters, some people can indeed abuse them. That's right. Ooh, Die Brud, a bakery. Elizabeth says, follow most of the people. Indeed. So yeah, this is kind of looking like Williamsburg, just a little bit more spaced out. We can go to the Dutch supermarket. We went to the original in Zanskans, the outdoor museum. We went to the original Albert Heijn grocery shop, general store. And now it's a massive supermarket chain in the Netherlands. And here we have this beautiful mural. Look at this, of Anne Frank. It says up there, it says, let me be myself. That's beautiful. And this is made by Cobra, one of the more famous street artists. Ron says, is there a dress code for NDSM? No, luckily rubber is not required in NDSM. Oh my God, our Michael asks a very straightforward question. He says, have you witnessed any shootings or violent crimes while going on the metro here? I have been fortunate to not witness that either in New York City. Maybe I've witnessed a punch or two, but I've never witnessed a terrible violent crime. It unfortunately does happen in New York City, and with greater frequency in the recent history. Here, I think it's very rare that it happens. This is weird. This vibe is so... This is so spaced out. Why is there so much parking? Are we still in Amsterdam? The face has the colors of the Ukrainian flag and Amsterdam. Interesting. So almost an entire trip here in the Netherlands, we've barely seen graffiti, but here there's a lot more.
That way, but there is
So Zen says it's not developed yet. Yeah, let me know. I don't know too much about this area. Do they intend on making it car-centric? I hope not. That's the problem. Copenhagen, unfortunately, has been victim to that recently. They're building this huge artificial island, which they attempt to make it car-centric as opposed to metro and bus-centric, which most of Copenhagen already is, and cycle-centric, which is very weird. I hope they're not doing this here in Amsterdam. That would be very sad to hear, because it kind of looks like that. It looks like they're making a place where you can own a car, park, drive around. All right, let's check out Strat. Let me see if I can film inside. Bear with me. Oh, huge one. This one will be harder to do a live video because it's a lot of modern art. So let's explore outside. We just got mooned this entire time in Europe, and all of you have finally saw the moon. Interesting. This is like Bushwick Collective. Zen says you can be sure that the buildings will rise here. Oh, that's good to hear, Zen. That's good to hear. So I assume they're just starting out in developing. This is so odd. So this evidently was very industrial, heavy industry. This was not light industry or lighter or older industry like Dumbo and Williamsburg. And that's the challenge with developing these what used to be heavy industrial neighborhoods. We have a few in New York City, like around Newton Creek. We have Blissville, as I did a walking video one time through Blissville. It was not that blissful. The problem with these areas is that the buildings are gigantic, like this one. Industry City, also in New York, is like this. So these buildings are so big that you can't really build residential from it. It's a bit hard to make it into a pleasant residential building, unlike a historical manufacturing building from the 1800s. And then the other thing is everything's super spaced out. Of course, it needed a lot of truck traffic and space for trucks. So I wonder how they go about developing these neighborhoods. Don says this won't be car-centric. Amsterdam is very left-wing. They won't allow this to happen. Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's interesting to see. Now I'm very curious how this will develop in the next few years. Look at that. Wow. Gorgeous art. Beautiful. So this is like the huge museum. Gwen says, great reuse of a huge shipyard. Oh, yes. This is fascinating. Look at this gigantic artwork. So that's the Strat Museum. Hyde says, cars need to be somewhere. You can minimize the use of cars by incentivizing bikes and metro and walking. Cars is not a necessity. It's only a necessity for deliveries, for ambulances and emergency vehicles like fire trucks, police cars. They have to get there fast. They have to be mobile, so that's good. And cars are definitely needed for people who are handicapped. But other than that, I don't think there's much of an argument to have too many cars in major cities. So Michael says there's not a good chance that Netherlands will go back to the car because of the oil dependency or the gas dependency with Russia. Yeah, that probably that incentivized Norway and a few other countries to really go full force with electric vehicles. Elizabeth says, I'm moving to a town in France where I don't need to use a car. Oh, cool. Yeah, I love those towns. Ganu says, my argument for a car is this: I just want one. Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a great video, another one from Not Just Bikes. He's basically answered almost all the questions with urbanism, but he made the argument. There's a few other videos like this that say bike infrastructure like here in Amsterdam is actually great for people who love cars because there's no traffic. So you have this to yourself. It's amazing. I think if you are someone who actually genuinely loves cars, a place like this would be heavenly for you because you don't come across traffic and the highways are not as full, pretty empty. And then even some places like Germany, they don't have speed limits. It is huge. It's like a antiques market. Hyde says we country folk need cars. Oh, of course, yeah. We're talking mostly about cities. Yeah, a rural area you'll need more of a vehicle, but in the city you don't. There's some examples of rural areas that don't have too much dependency on cars, which is interesting. No constant beeping. Yeah. Yeah, this neighborhood feels a lot like early 2000s Bushwick before it started really getting developed and more vibrant. East Williamsburg, I mean, or West Bushwick. What is this? Wow. Can we just walk in? I guess we can. Whoa. It's huge. What was this used for? If anyone knows what the use was this, do let us know. This is fascinating. They like built, it's like Industry City, but this one looks more interesting. They built like a little town. That's awesome. A little like high street. Not as lively. Oh, there's gigantic man-eating spiders though. Aura says it's a factory. Yes, evidently it is indeed a factory, but what type of factory was it? This ain't working. Gwen says it was a shipbuilding. Yeah, that would make sense. Are these houses? Are these like offices? Evil says it's so Instagrammable. Oh yeah, you could do a bunch of Instagrams here. Like these guys. Here it says photos with the longest selfie stick. All right. 9 meters long selfie stick. Oh my god. Gotta take off my sunglasses. It sounds like it's raining, but I'm not sure what is hitting the... Alexandria says it looks like a... Hi. Alexandria says it looks like a movie set. Yeah, it does. Sharon says you must be exhausted. Sharon, I've only been walking for like 7 hours at this point. It's not too bad. Just don't look down though. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That does not inspire me with confidence. I'm genuinely scared for my life, and yet I cannot stop squeaking this around. Tim says it's kind of creepy here. Yeah, it kind of looks like a like the art museum from Hostel. Indeed it does, yeah, Tim. Just remember, in Europe, if anyone invites you to an art museum, do think twice. Suddenly all the lights turn off. The one light at the end stays on and starts flickering. It starts flickering. And you look back. Everything's normal as you look back. And then as you look back again, boom, there's someone standing at the end. A person with their hair right in front of their face. I watch a lot of movies. Ron says this is a scarier version of IKEA. Basically, I mean, I do appreciate the creativity. It's nice for people who own their art studios here. Jacob says, and then the zombies come. Yeah, it could be good for zombies. Oh my god, there's a bench. There's a graffiti bench. Maybe people are on afternoon lunch. I don't know. I don't know where we are anymore. Oh. Uh-oh, this bench is not in the best shape. It's bouncy. Just like these, this walkway, this is my battery. Just like this walkway is bouncy, this bench is bouncy. Oh. I'm not too optimistic about this bench. Bouncy bench. I do admire the graffiti, but I fear that this bench will collapse on me, causing the entire floor to collapse, causing me to fall down to the ground floor, ass first. So it does not inspire me with confidence. It's not very gezellig, as the Dutch like to say. It gets points for just being nice graffiti though. Islam, oh perfect, I love that word. Thank you so much for the word plummet. Before I plummet down to the first ground floor, the ground floor. The scenery, I gotta admit, this is not pleasant. I don't feel at ease. I don't feel a sense of serenity or peace here. I don't feel particularly warm and cozy. And there's a huge truck behind me doing some type of work. So, bouncy bench, weird location. The floors are now trembling. Maybe it's the truck working with something. This entire place feels like it is on the precipice of collapse. I hope it isn't. So, I would give this bench has left me with a feeling of emptiness. It gets a very bad 2.2 out of 10. This bench is the opposite of gezellig. I don't know why people love this industrial chic. It's become very hip in many hipster areas around the world. I went to the hipster area in Tallinn. It was like the same as this. I have no idea why people like this. Parts of Helsinki also had industrial chic. Let's check out what the truck is doing. Susie says, you're still on and we've been to and from the cinema. Ooh, what movie did you watch, Susie? Sharon says, you bit off more than you could chew. I wouldn't say that. I've been to far more desolate places in my adventures. Check out my Olympic Park video in Seattle. That got very desolate in the city. Blissville, I think I called it Blissville, or maybe I called it Sunnyside Boulevard. I forgot the exact name. If anyone can remind me of the name where I explored Blissville from Sunnyside, Queens, all the way to Greenpoint. Oh my God, gigantic man-eating spiders from the botanical garden that we went to yesterday. All right, let's get out of here. Let's get out of this joint, as old American movies like to say. Let's get out of this joint. I do not want to be near this when it's on. Sharon says, be well. I'll do my best. This place does not inspire a feeling of wellness within me. I can say that. Oh my God, I can't show that. Uh-oh. Big assets. Kathy says all of Seattle is creepy. No, Seattle is a gorgeous city, but yeah, it was weirdly empty and quiet. Kay says, imagine going to work here every day. I can't. I just can't. Can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. Get me back to Leiden. Darlene says, thank you for your travels. My pleasure, Darlene. I appreciate you for tuning in. Thank you so much. Womi says, I love this creative place. Oh, I'm so glad you do, Womi. That's good to hear. I'm not the biggest fan, but it's good to hear. Let me know what you think, everyone tuning in. Do you like these type of neighborhoods? Some of them are nice. Maybe there's some good food here. Also reminds me of that new neighborhood in Boston. It was very weirdly empty at night. So let me know what you think. Are you a fan? Smash or pass, as Mark Zuckerberg did with his first app. Do you smash or do you pass? Will you smash the like button here or will you pass the like button here? If you were doing it for the neighborhood. Miss Love says it's a work in progress. I can't wait to see it in 20 years. That's for sure. Maybe, hopefully it'll be less. Hyde says it's a playground for artists. That is indeed. It's nice that... Oh, someone wrote my name. They were so kind enough to write my name. Thank you. Thank you for writing my name. Oh, wait a minute. Where's the L? Who forgot the L? Is this how you welcome me to NDSM? Is this the welcome I get? You almost write my name, but no L. Come on. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Hyde says synchronicity. Indeed, Hyde. So that says the L is at the bottom. That's nice. Ah, I like this artist. Ex-Alien. He has a few in New York. Irene says, you write the L. Yeah. All right. Who has the graffiti cans? Kami says, oh, I forgot the L. I'm sorry. All right, Kami, if it's you, I do forgive you. Oh my God, DoubleTree. Look, even the DoubleTree by Hilton. Style. That's so interesting. Sylvia says, I like visiting places like that. Great creative area. Oh, that's good. Brett says, I have to pass. David says, it looks like Baltimore. Yeah, Baltimore does not have the best reputation, unfortunately. Inkspire Life says, it's trying to capture the shipping port vibe. Yeah. I mean, I do commend the hotel for doing that type of architecture. But to me, I just can't help but feel that it looks like a barn, like a tall barn. David says, this looks like a scene from Mad Max. Jason says, it looks like parts of Liverpool. Oh yeah, I did not manage to go to those newer areas of Liverpool. You know, Manchester kind of looks like this, but you know, of course it's more dense. Manchester is, I think, a good example of a post-industrial city. Inspire Life says, this place confuses me. I can't get a sense of orientation. Yeah, because it's not like a main street, which is kind of necessary. It is necessary. If you're developing a new neighborhood, you need a centralized street. And here there aren't any. That's what makes Williamsburg great. It's Bedford Avenue. It's that main street that a lot of people gather around. Same thing applies to that kind of West Loop in Chicago. Same thing. We went there. It has the street right in the middle. It has the street right in the middle. Don't know what the name of the street is. And you see that in many post-industrial neighborhoods. You have those main streets. But here, I don't see a main street. I'm not sure what the intention is. Chris to the swings. That is in another area. That is in the Nord area. We're right now at NDSM. So how do we get to Nord? That's a good question. How do we get to Nord? We'll find out. Dawn says the rents here are not necessarily cheaper. Yeah. Jacob says that there's a lot of apartments, but not that many shops. No, just these ones., not too many shops. There's no like main street. Or, you know, in European cities, sometimes they would say high street. Is it time for a glass of wine? I think it's time for a pint of beer. Susie, yeah. I like your line of thinking, Susie. A gigantic mega pint of beer, just like Johnny Depp likes to partake in. Let me know who's down for a mega pint. So as we walk to these two buses that are standing on their own, yesterday I went to the oldest bar in Leiden and asked what was their best local beer. And they had a great beer. They gave me a little sample. And I ordered a pint. And the woman behind the counter, probably was in her mid-50s, early 60s, she looked at me weird. She's like, a pint? I'm like, yeah, a pint. How else would I drink beer? I mean, I got so used to it in the UK, you just order a pint all the time. So I got the pint, and as I'm sipping it, I end up realizing, oh my God, I'm getting rather tipsy. And I see the percentage, 6.8% alcohol. For context, most pubs in England, if you're drinking a pint, is between 3.8% to about 4.8%. You usually don't have something higher than 5. In the US, we do drink our beers that are 5%, but we don't drink it as full pints, generally at least. And then I asked her, hey, do you ever order it as a, do people ever order pints? She was like, no one orders pints. So do watch out. Don't drink mega pints here in the Netherlands, because it might be a little bit too much alcohol. So here's some buses that are standing. Yeah, these were actual working buses. Belinda says, I'm not sure if the taxes are being paid in this area. Maybe. Tim says, tip him over. No, there's people on this side. They ain't budging. No. It's not budging. Sorry, everyone.
No. You do an antique.
Can't tip them over.
Then get a little bit less money.
I'll hit up the gym
Instead of about 4,000.
soon so I can do that next time. Next time, we'll tip it over. Ooh, there's a ferry. Let's see. Susie says you'll need a pint and a half, a mega pint, to tip over. Yeah, I think I might need a mega pint. Where's this going? I'm not sure where this is going. Let's go. Louis says that was a funny way to park your bus. Don says Plek is a great place to have a drink. I'm not sure we're going to Plek. We're going to Ponsteger. I'm not sure where Ponsteger is. I'm not sure what they have there. I don't even know whether they even have a mega pint there, but we'll find out. Zen says this ferry is free too. Oh, that's good to hear. Wilmy says, I like your sense of adventure. Well, thank you, Wilmy. I'm glad you do. Uh-oh, a bomb is about to go off. No, I'm joking. Don't joke about those, ladies and gentlemen. Not in this day and age. Ron, nice to see you here. Ron, Janice, magandang nga po. Sharon says, Iceland this trip. Every new day is an adventure. Some land. We'll go to some land. We went to the Netherlands. Who knows what other land we'll go to. Bye. NDSM. You know, it does live up to its name. It felt rather masochistic to go here to this neighborhood. So it did fall in line with this promise. Irene asks, is it Switzerland? I don't know. We'll go. There's land where we're going. And we're off to a new place. Going where no man has gone before. Aside from the people behind me. Hisami says, that's a boatel? Yeah, that's a boatel. It's a hotel on the boat. Hence, boatel. Looks interesting. Seattle had one of those. And Liverpool, I think it was, had one of those. So Ryan mentioned that this is an island. No, this is not an island. It might look like it, but no, it's not an island. As Don Giovanni just mentioned, this is the northern part of Amsterdam. I'm not sure where we're going. Are we even staying in Amsterdam, or are we heading to the countryside? Are we gonna head over to the tulip fields? I have no idea where we're going. Is there cell phone service where we're going? Yvette says, what time is it? I have lost all sense of time and direction. I am in a state of timelessness right now, here in Amsterdam. Isabel says, yeah, there's cell phone reception everywhere. Yeah, yeah, you don't need to worry here in Netherlands. 98% of the country is covered by cell phone reception. All right. Ooh, this is a cool boat. I like this. Ella says, you're brave. Yeah, wish me luck. We might be going to the hoods of Amsterdam right now. We seem to have a very rough crowd right over here. A lot of people, cyclists. They seem fairly well dressed. We're going to the rougher areas of Amsterdam. Hey, Judy left a 10 euro super chat. Hey, Judy. Hey, Judy. Thank you for the 10. You took a sad stop and made it better. For Judy, left the 10-euro chat. Oh, thank you, Judy. I appreciate you, Judy. Thank you so much. So Joseph says the motel's $57 a night. Wow, that's a good price. Hey, that's a good price. Cyrus says this is a portal to another dimension. Indeed, I mean, that's indeed why they built this architecture in the first place. Tim says the hood would be better than NDSM. Yeah, we're going to the hoods of Amsterdam. There was a gentleman getting closer to overhear the conversation. Ryan says Amsterdam has some of the highest hotel prices in the world. Yeah, hotels, yeah, here are expensive. This is the third most expensive place I'm staying at in my European adventure. Number one was, unfortunately, Scotland. Number two was London. And number three now is Amsterdam. A bit of a wonder says, I want to thank you for the SIM card tips. They work great in Europe. Oh, I'm so glad you found some good SIM cards. Bit of a wonder. Do let me know. Do remind me where you end up visiting. This is interesting. We're seeing some historic industrial buildings here. Elizabeth says, my Dutch colleagues thought I was lying when I said I was out of cell phone range in the US. Yeah, US only has 78% coverage. And the US is a big country, so that 22% ends up being quite a lot. 22%, yeah. Ends up being quite a lot without cell phone reception. So you have huge swaths of the US that doesn't have cell phone reception. Ryan says we have arrived. Yeah, I have no idea where. Let's see. I'm glad we have arrived. I'm digging the vibe already of this place. We see now a little bit more traditional buildings. I feel more welcomed here. Tim says your battery is running low. Oh, Tim. That's why I come prepared with this. This is gigantic and it's heavy. And that's why I have a brolic back, because I carry around this all the time. I have now shoulders of steel hooked up directly to my phone, so I can easily now live stream for a few more days. So now we're going to continue this live stream because cell phone reception here is so good. We're going to go from here. We're going to head off to Haarlem. We're going to go all the way to the beaches in North Netherlands. We're going to take a boat ride across the sea and see the dam. Then we're going to head off towards Rotterdam, head all the way down to the border with Belgium, step across the border for a few seconds, and then head over back east to Leiden, and then make our way back to Amsterdam. That's going to be the live stream. Stay tuned. All live. We ain't stopping. Chris says we used the international plan, $10 a day for 10 days, and you spend $100. That is crazy expensive. You are also limited in gigabytes, Chris. it is okay for casual use, and you don't want to go through the hassle of buying a SIM card. Sometimes buying a SIM card is very easy. Here in the Netherlands, pretty easy. You just go up to one of the cell phone stores. I use Vodafone, and as for the prepaid SIM card, they have a very low cost plan. It's like €5, €10 for 5 gigabytes or something like that. And boom, you're done. To get unlimited data, which I was able to do, is a bit tricky. I had to go into the website, know exactly what type of plan it was. It was a prepaid 1 week unlimited plan for €15. And I had to tell them at the store what I was wanting to purchase. Gary says, you've been in the Netherlands for so long. Have you applied for residency yet? This is so far the second longest trip. Well, I was in the UK for nearly 2 weeks. Yeah, I was in the UK for a little bit more than 2 weeks. And I was in Paris for 2 weeks. And here I've been here for 2 weeks as well. Elizabeth says, follow those people. They look like they're going to a party. They just turned back. Oh, these look like they're going to a party. MK says, what body of water is flowing into the canals? I think it's the Rhine. The sea is separated. Do let me know. I think it's the Rhine. There's no crosswalk here. That is weird planning. I'm shocked. So we just got off the ferry. There's only one crosswalk all the way down here, but no other crosswalk to get into the neighborhood. Tim says, thanks to the channel French Fry in Paris, I have found your channel. Oh, that's awesome that you're tuning in for French Fry in Paris. Ooh, I see trains. Gary says, all those people were probably following me, thinking I knew where I was going. No. No worries. All right. Wow. Cool street lamps, yeah. Where is this place? Where are we? Contrast is this Q Hood. Yeah, very beautiful residential area. I wonder when this was built. Early 1900s? Kathy says, are your moderators working today? They are. They are in overtime right now. Teresa says they're going to a coffee shop. It's a bit too late. Susie says, I already got my wine. Can't see your beer yet. Trust me, I'm on the lookout for beer here in Amsterdam. I've been walking a lot. Christine says, I think most people rent in Amsterdam. I'm under that impression, yes. Ooh, does someone famous live here? Let's see. Oh, look, we have these, what we learned in Stockholm. These metal poles are meant to stabilize the floors. So these must be older buildings, wow. We are in Van Heemskerkstraat. Oh. Oh, is this a bar? Is it hidden behind one of the washing machines? Joseph says, are you going to Bistro Neuf? Let me know about Bistro Neuf. Is that the Michelin star restaurant? So we found a coffee shop. It's right behind us. Baba. There's a coffee shop. Ooh, let me turn it. Colleen says, I don't think you ever got your coffee. No, I never did. It's a restaurant bar. Barons. Don Quixote says, don't smoke, it's poison. Oh, really? Oh no. Don Quixote. Don't breathe air. It eventually leads to your death. Because we all die. Don't live for that matter. Because the more you live, the closer you are to death. MK says, are you hot? You seem to be dressed warmer. No, this is I'm wearing 2 layers indeed. It was cooler earlier in the day, but this is pretty it's not hot. This is meant for summer weather. And I'm just wearing a thin t-shirt. So no, I'm not too hot. I'm a little bit sweaty because of walking around a lot of time in the sun, but no, not too hot. Contrast says, would you like to try shisha? Not at this point. Not right now. There's not really an interesting shisha neighborhood here. I think we're getting close to where people are swimming. Alice says, I love your walkabouts. So fortunately, we do have a troll or multiple trolls in the comments. Pay them no mind. Luckily, we have moderators who help out with that. So pay them no mind, and we'll do our best to handle them. At the moment, let us know what's your favorite. What has brought you joy today? Let's fill the comments with love. What has brought you joy, either today or in the past few days? Cyrus says, are you not getting hungry? We hungry right now. We bit hungry. Let's see if we find like some type of tram. Gwen says, I'm watching your adventures that brought me joy. Oh, really? Oh, that's nice to hear. Thank you. Sami says, eating airheads brought me back childhood memories. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Kosti is starting your summer vacation. That's awesome. Where are you going, Kosti? Carol, sent 50 stars. Thank you so much. Alice says, I'm in the hospital for the 3rd week, so joining your lives is so liberating. Oh, everyone, round of hearts for Alice right now. Alice is in the hospital for a 3rd week in a row. May you feel better. Round of hearts for Alice to feel better. I'm glad you're enjoying these vicarious travels. Thank you, Alice, for tuning in. May you feel better. And everyone, round of hearts. Birthday cake always brings me joy, says Christy. No, it was your birthday this week? That's awesome. Happy birthday. Oh, cool. There's more life here. That's awesome. Kosti says, I'm actually going to Stockholm. Oh, cool. Enjoy Stockholm. That's awesome. Bourbon says, interesting streets here. Yeah, this is similar aesthetic to Amsterdam, but more spaced out, more spacious. Jay, nice to see you here. Christine says, no, it wasn't my birthday, but I ate cake anyway. Touche, Christine, that's awesome. Eat cake when you please. It does not need to be your birthday. You know, but now we're after this walk, you're I'm starting to realize how small Amsterdam really is. New York is so much more gigantic. Belinda says, joyful is that you care enough to give us the best tours. Oh, Leiden brought me joy, says Chris. I need to visit. I found Amsterdam a bit overwhelming. Yeah, Amsterdam in the center area. Now things are getting a bit more pleasant, but in the center area, yeah, things can get a bit hectic. Leiden is a beautiful city. What is this church in the distance? Look at that. Wow. What is this? How did we get there? I wish I could enable subscriber only during the live stream. Let me know if that's possible. Susie says you'll be waking up with a fair appetite for dinner. I gotta be sure to eat before 10 p.m. because things close before 10 p.m. Ooh, I see a ferry down there. And ooh, there's a party over here. That's cool. I gotta mute though. All right, everyone. Round of hearts for Ron for doing a great job in moderating. We also have Kay and a few others have been tuning in and out. S Fields, thank you so much for keeping the good vibes in the comments. And yeah, we seem to be being attacked by bots on YouTube, which is unfortunate. Fortunate that people out there in the world want to disrupt someone's good vibes. It's so sad. It's very sad. And I think the best way to combat that is to pay them no mind. Sometimes bombs fly overhead and we just have to continue with our lives. Ooh, this is a nice little restaurant. Wow. Stephanie as well. Stephanie's tuning in. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Stephanie is another wonderful moderator. Oh, interesting. And Susan too. Susan, thank you so much for moderating. Elizabeth says, how's the weather? It's very nice right now. Wow, this is a gorgeous ship. The Antonia. Look at that. Oh my. Seems to be a restaurant. Contrast says, grab a beer and chill. Yeah, I would love to. I'm just trying to find a good beer place. If I see one, I'll stop by. Wow, that's beautiful. I gotta drink some water though. All right, everyone, bear with me. I gotta drink some water. It's a large passenger vessel, but nothing compared to the large cargo vessel, says Ryan. Yeah, but I'm shocked to see it so big here parked. Oh. All right, who wants to go for a little bit longer? Let me know. Tim says, I want to become a moderator. Tim, do you moderate for French Fry in Paris? Do let me know. And I am indeed looking for moderators. If I really recognize you, I will consider you. So I'm looking for new moderators, and I will consider you. Just feel free to send me a message via Instagram or Facebook. Facebook is Urbanist Live. I don't respond to personal messages on my own profiles, but Instagram Urbanist Live or Facebook Urbanist Live. And Sean votes longer. Yes. Pistol says keep going. All right. Hook up my battery again. Hisami sent 1,000 stars. Oh, thank you so much, Hisami. Oh, this is like a hotel and a restaurant, so people are dining down there. Even the ship has big windows. This ship has very large windows. So this seems to be a hotel or some type of vessel that's going down the Rhine, maybe? I'm not sure. I'm very curious. This seems awesome. Catherine says, hey, Catherine. Jay says, well, you do Rotterdam. I mean, people have been asking so much. Should we just go now? Extend this live stream by a few more hours. It's only what, like a 45-minute-hour train ride away to Rotterdam? How are your feet holding up? Feeling great. Susie, actually pretty good. Yeah. Donna says, please keep going. One of the best live streams ever. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I don't have too much to talk about. This area is not too intellectually stimulating, but I'm glad you're enjoying it. Glad you're enjoying the smooth vibes. Helen says, just do it. John says, yeah, let's go to Rotterdam. I mean, the train system here is good. It is good. Linda says, would you like to live in Europe? Yes. London would be number one, or Paris? Paris or London? The Eye Museum. So Elizabeth found out some information. It says, yeah, this goes down the Rhine. Oh, does this go down to Basel in Switzerland? That's awesome. Wow, this is like a luxury river cruise. I want to take one of these now. So the brush salesman says, I don't think Ariel would enjoy the brutalist architecture of Rotterdam. Yeah. You know, I really like the old style cities. So it is nice to escape modern architecture that, of course, in New York, architecture is really cool in New York, but it's nice to see a lot of buildings that are much older. So here is very modern buildings right here. Elizabeth says, I think this is a floating hotel on the bar outside. Yeah, but there's a Swiss flag on the back, so I am leaning to believe that this is actually a river cruise. Elizabeth says no. Gwen says it's 10-day trips on the Rhine. Do let me know. Giovanni says you can actually take river cruises to Germany and Switzerland. Oh, that's fascinating. And Chris says, let's just go to Bruges. Yeah, Bruges, I mean, it is also within train distance. That'll take a bit longer. That's like 3 hours. Elizabeth says no. The one behind you. Which one behind me? Wow. And what is this? This is some type of hotel? Some type of condominium? Wow. It's beautiful. I love the collection of buildings here. And look, police are here. Ryan says, just word of warning, European river cruises tend to attract a really old kind of public, older than ocean-going cruises. Make sure your expectations are right. No partying. Oh, they are. I do know what you mean. So here's a hotel, roommate hotels. Wow. Elizabeth says, river cruises are not so friendly for singles. Oh no. That's a bit sad to hear. so glad we bumped into this place. This is very interesting. Hey, Robert, nice to see you here. Wow. Fascinating buildings. This is the building right there with the swing there in the center. AA says, I wonder if this leads to Media Mark. So this leads to central Amsterdam. So we're close to the train station. Well, I'm not sure how close walking, because I think it might be a bit tricky walking, but it's there within our line of sight. I think that should be Central Station. If anyone can let me know. Elizabeth says, what's the name of the hotel? So that hotel was Roommate Hotel. It doesn't sound fancy, but it seems very fancy. And this one's called Open Bar Ministry. All right, this is apparently a governmental building, but has the name Open Bar Ministry. Probably means something very different from whatever it sounds like in English. Open Bar Ministry. So here's the ministry of getting free drinks. And there's cobblestone streets. Yeah. I'm very curious what the history of this is, because is this recreated cobblestone streets? Oh, wow. Here's another of those. This is another river cruise. The River Diamond. Oh, my. Jay, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate you, Jay. That's awesome. Says Kay, you'll be disappointed and bored if you go on the river cruise. Kay, I thought you were very a pro cruise. only sea cruises. Yeah, everyone there looks much older. I see a few patrons here on this river cruise. They look 65 plus. I don't know, it seems like a cool thing to do. There's like a, what is the character's name? Perot? Those murder mysteries. Takes place on the river cruise. Ryan says ocean going cruises are much better. Interesting. Wow. Oleg says the Netherlands looks like a place that fully meets my expectations. I'm so glad. That's cool to hear that you're really enjoying the look of the Netherlands. Me too. Kay says I am, but only with big ships that go on sea. Yes. Okay, I know what you mean. Yeah, river cruises seem to be chill. Susie says I'll only be interested in having food. Yeah, touche. Judging by the look, it seems like they might have good chefs. I hope they do, at least. Probably expensive too. But there are river cruises that go down the Nile. That sounds really cool. Imagine being in the Nile. Ryan says, if you're prone to seasickness, river cruises are better. Oh yeah. There's mini golfs on top of river cruises. Oh no. George is asking, where's Wendy? I don't know. Wendy, shout out to Wendy. Wendy tunes in most of the time. Hasn't been tuning in for a while, but does leave comments afterwards. Hope you're doing well, Wendy. Thank you so much for watching these videos. So MK says, my mom did a river cruise on the Danube and loved it. Yeah, I can imagine going to Budapest by river cruise. Sounds awesome. Anthony says, watching your live stream is addictive. That's awesome. But don't get too addicted. If you're able to wander around your own, I do encourage, if you are able to walk around and wander, do it. Go around your own city, your own town. And if you're maybe in a more rural area, do a weekend trip in the nearby city or the nearby big town and enjoy it. I would recommend doing that. It's always fun. US might be a little bit more difficult because of the size, but it's possible in many parts of the world. So go and enjoy and explore. And then for people who might have accessibility issues, try to find the places in your nearby city. If you're already in the city, that's awesome. Try to find the places that are the most accessible neighborhoods. There's probably a lot of blogs and videos that already cover that. There's a viewer that covers that in Minneapolis, I think, or one of the Minnesotan cities. Terry Day is one of our viewers that covers accessibility in one of the major Minnesotan cities. So just check out one of those videos and then explore that area. Some neighborhoods are a bit more friendly for accessibility. They're not too hilly and they're pretty flat and the sidewalks are in good repair. Depends on the city, of course. If you're lucky to live like in the Netherlands or New York or a major American city, there's some great neighborhoods for accessibility. So I would encourage you to do that. Let's continue walking around. I'm enjoying making these videos nonetheless. I gotta clean my lens. All right, there we go. Oh my God, more river cruises. We got the Vivienne, we got the Avalon Visionary, the River Empress. They all sound like from those classic movies like the Oriental Express. Let me know the name of the author. The character is called Perrault, I think. Xavier says, do you have to have the V to enter Amsterdam? No, Netherlands is one of those countries where there's no restrictions at the moment. And no restrictions basically anywhere. It's back to normal. No V cards, no masks, nothing. Perrault? Agatha Christie. Thank you so much, Blake. So it's Agatha Christie. Marcy says Agatha Christie is the owner. I mean the author. I've been walking a lot, ladies and gentlemen. There's barely shade here, so I've been walking in the sun. Cynthia and anyone talking about global disease, this is not the channel. I do appreciate your concern, but you can go to the news for more information. This is not the place to discuss diseases or epidemics or pandemics or emergencies or political comings and goings. Cynthia says, understood. Oh, thank you so much, Cynthia, for understanding. Wow. We just did a gigantic circle. Oh my God. So here we are back at the central station where we took the ferry to NDSM. And we just went to NDSM all the way down there. We took a ferry all the way down there and we walked in a gigantic circle. Susan says, such a great stroll. How much are river cruises? Says Catherine, I don't know the details. I kind of want to take one of those now. I want to take one of those that have the alcohol. Alcohol. Kay says 2,650 stars. Thank you so much, everyone, for sending stars on Facebook. Sami says, how do people find their bikes? So I'm using an app called Donkey Republic. The app luckily connects via Bluetooth where you can locate your bike. I would recommend, if you're using the bike, Elizabeth says, you deserve. Yeah, so we're gonna end with a beer. Now I'm a bit tired. I need at least some rest. So let's end with a beer. Let's find a beer somewhere, but not in this center area. This is not a nice area. So we're gonna take at least one more form of public transportation to get to a beer drinking place. Somewhere, anywhere. Let's have a beer. So pro tip with bicycles, if you're parking your bicycle, take a video with your phone of where you're at. Video might be a little bit easier, so you can recognize how the general area looks, especially if it turns to night and you don't quite recognize it at night. It'll maybe help out. Take a photo or a screenshot of the Google Maps location of where you left your bike. And that way you can remember where you left your bike. And of course, photos will also help. So whatever you deem necessary, but if you don't have the best sense of direction, unlike myself, I have a very good sense of direction, luckily. But I know some people out there, it's not their best suit. So do take a screenshot of the Google Maps location. Try to remember one nearby business to your bike. I think that's the best way to commit something to memory. So I know where I left my bike. I know the name of the business. I'm not gonna say it out loud, but I know the name of the business that I parked by. So do remember, if you're right by a so-and-so cafe or a pub or a restaurant, remember that. Write it down in your notes, take a screenshot, whatever you need to do. All right, so who wants to go back down the ferry? No more ferry for me. So let's seek a tram. Let's tram out of here. Let's tram out of this joint. Sunshine says, you definitely have an inner compass. I do. I have an inner compass that has led me in a beautiful direction in this life. That has led me to wonderful adventures and people and memories. I'm glad my inner compass has led me in the right direction. Oh, you're talking about sense of direction. Oh, okay, yes, that too. Yeah, that inner compass also works. I need some water. I can't anymore. I can't go any longer. Whoa, someone left 10 Canadians. Hey, Donna says, I hope this can buy a pint. Yeah, thank you so much for sending 10 Canadians over to help with buying a pint. Thank you so much. Donna has shipped over 10 Canadians via river cruise, so they can help out with buying a pint. Thank you so much for the 10 Canadians. Yeah, beers here are about like €8 for a pint. I'm not sure how much are mega pints, but €8 for about a pint. Okay, there was some music playing. So I am really impressed by this water. This is spa. Lorraine sent 1,000 stars. Oh, thank you so much, Lorraine. I appreciate the stars. Thank you so much for the stars, Lorraine. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So this is one of the better balls of water I've tried. It is very smooth feel on your tongue, which quenches your thirst very well. When I drink the tap water here in Amsterdam, for some reason, and other parts of the Netherlands, I feel more thirsty. Let me know if that has happened to you, because it has kind of a dry mouth feel. It kind of dries your mouth. But this one, ooh, so good. I love it. It is expensive though. They charge $2.25 for a bottle of water. Ooh. Train stations charge more expensive than the supermarket. So if you want cheaper balls of water, cheaper groceries, go to the supermarket. Don't go to the quick marts. Ryan says Spa. It's from a mineral water company from Spa, Belgium. Ooh, cool. Spa mineral water has been bottled since the end of the 16th century. Oh my God. Pamela says, was that self-checkout? Yeah. Dawn says, I would never drink tap water of Amsterdam. It's filled with calcium. Is that why I feel thirsty when drinking it? That might be the reason. Thank you so much. Totally pedestrian friendly environment, says Oleg. Yeah, Oleg, it really is. All right. Contrast says, I can no longer drink tap water. I feel that. It's a bit hard to go back to tap water after drinking great bottled water. Some places have great tap. New York prides itself on great tap, but it has so much chlorine in it. All right, I see trams. To where they go? I don't know, but these trams usually lead to somewhere with some type of bars. This is a very lively area. There's a lot of stuff here. Let's take a tram. Yeah. Can you use your card at checkout? Yeah, MK, so it depends on the city. Once you step out of Amsterdam, a lot less places accept Visa, including Albert Heijn. Albert Heijn is the main supermarket / grocery store chain in the Netherlands. I've been to Albert Heijn's in Leiden and in Utrecht. They did not accept Visa. So be mindful, bring cash, just in case. Which one's the best one to take? Let's see the map. Yeah. Alright, everyone enjoyed the tram ride. It'll be a bit silent. And then we're going to get off for our final stop.
Volgende halte Leidseplein. The next stop Leidseplein. Vergeet u niet uit te checken. Don't forget to check out your tickets.
All right, that was the 12. So that was the 12. We're in the museum area. It's very pleasant. I so wish museums were open late because I at this time I feel like going to the museum after a very long walk. I feel like kind of chilling out in the museum. But unfortunately that's not the case. There's one museum, Mocha, which I think is open maybe for like an hour more, 30 minutes more, or it might be closing right now. But nonetheless, let's go grab a drink and or food. Usually the cafes, which are the pubs of Netherlands, have bitterballen, which is a great deep fried treat, very similar to a croquette. So Don Giovanni says this is the Museum Square area. Indeed it is. It's 7:30 p.m. Cynthia says this is too much walking for the elderly. Well, luckily you're watching the video then, in that case. So just know, I like walking for fun, and part of the fun about these videos are the walking around. So don't think that you'll be walking as much as I am in order to find a drink, in order to find sights. Hey, how's it going? What's the best cafe to drink in here in this area?
No idea.
No idea. You're doing it outside.
Maybe in Italy? I don't know.
In Italy. Oh, cool. You guys Italian? No. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Spain. No, give me in. So they're drinking outside. I'm not sure if they're aware that they're not supposed to drink outside. So bitterballen, yes. So don't think that you'll be walking around as much as I am. And Klaus says ciao. Yeah, there were Spaniards. The Spaniards invaded back in the 1500s, and they have invaded again with their with tourism. Cynthia says, I love hearing accents. Yes. Wow. Yeah, this is not the most vibrant area. The stop right before was way more vibrant. Here, things are a bit quieter. Dan says, how are you enjoying the Netherlands? Says Dan. I'm enjoying it very well. Daniel says, you speak Spanish. I do. I am fluent. But try speaking Spanish to Spaniards. Especially the older ones in Spain. They'll respond in English. It's something many Latin Americans have experienced. I'm not sure, those people seem nice, but something I've experienced in Spain it was very weird. I would speak Spanish, I'm fluent, I have an accent, but people would still respond in English, which was very funny. Only country I've ever experienced that. Hi, it says Spaniards speak very fast. Oh, I'm from Puerto Rico, so same thing with Puerto Ricans. There's the bathtub. Doesn't quite look like a bathtub from this direction. I remember I loved this area, so we passed this area before. Daniel, bienvenidos. Hola de Buenos Aires. Hermoso paseo por Amsterdam. Muchas gracias. Mi placer. Qué bien que te está encantando este recorrido por Amsterdam. ¿Cómo se dice Amsterdam en español? Me avisas. Bathtub is a great museum, says Gwen. Oh, that's good to hear. I can't wait to go. Wow. Yeah, this is not the most lively area, unfortunately. It's a bit calm. Not too much stuff going on. I wish there was a classic cafe. Oh, Roland, I think the park is here. MK says the biggest takeaway for this trip is use bike or scooter. Yes. Yes. If you want to get around efficiently, bike, scooter might be a bit tough to find. There's not that much scooters that you can get. But bike, definitely. Bike is the way to get around. 100%. Hey, Rene leaves on 1,900 Chilean pesos. Thank you so much, Rene, which is, I think, about $12. Says, ¿estarás bien en Barcelona o las tierras vascas? Vascas. Qué bien. I may consider going to Spain. The trains and trams or buses are great. Yeah. If you don't want to ride a bike, you can get around by tram and bus. Though it might take a little longer because you do have to do a lot of transfers. It's not like in New York. New York biking distance isn't necessarily faster than train, especially if you're traveling from neighborhood to neighborhood. So it depends on the city. Yeah, here might be a little bit tough. Ella says, go back to the train. So yeah, no stuff here. This is pretty much residential. No. Yeah, very residential. This area we explored before. Gorgeous area though. Highly recommended. But I remember we had to go pretty deep to find a bar. It's like they're not called bars here, but cafes are pretty deep. This is the neighborhood where you have to whisper. You can't speak too loud because it might alert the small dogs. You can't speak too loud in this neighborhood. It's a neighborhood that demands peace and quiet. So let's go back to a place where we can speak at a normal level. Susie says, go knock on the door and say, I just want a wee beer. No. So the Dutch are friendly, but there is not that type of hospitality. Apparently, I've heard from anecdotes, reading, and a few people I've spoken with, they told me that if you're invited for dinner to a Dutch person's home, A, it's super rare. Like, it almost never happens. B, if you're invited, you usually just get a boiled potato, maybe some herring or some other type of fish or whatnot, some meat, and 2 or 3 veggies. And that's it. That's the epic meal you end up getting in a Dutch dinner. Maybe a cup of wine. Hyde says the Spanish stairs were recently tarnished by a tourist who rode a scooter down them. Yeah, I don't know. Some people just have no sense. That puzzles me. How someone would even attempt to scoot down a series of stairs. Any stairs in general. Gary says if you get invited to a dinner in Scotland, you'll probably get some peanuts and 10 cans of super strength lager. That sounds fun. Islam says, oh no. Yeah, apparently it's a rare occurrence if you get invited to someone's home, I heard. Oh, this is the place we went to before. Chris says, what part of Amsterdam this is? This is the museum plain. It's a plaza of museums. There's museums everywhere. Here's the theater. That's cool. Elizabeth says, but we do go out drinking a lot. Oh, yes. That's interesting. Ella says, I want to drink my wine as you enjoy your beer, but I can't wait any longer. I appreciate your consideration, Ella. You may proceed. Museum plane is great for museums, not so good for finding a chill spot to have a wee drink, a wee dram, a wee mega pint. Nope. Steph says, yeah, there seems to be a theater to catch concerts and musicals. Steph says, this music hall has the best acoustics in the world. What? Wow. That's interesting. Armchair Guru says, nice to catch you live. Hey, Armchair Guru. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. Ah, all right. I see some cafes down there. Yeah, so in this scenario, search the places with the most amount. I got a cross here in the crosswalk. Sometimes there's long sections without crosswalks. You have to search on Google Maps bars and cafes, but usually just type in like restaurant or cafes or bars, depends on the country you're in. Here in this case, type in either cafes or restaurants, and wherever you see a lot of search results, it's probably generally a very lively area. Also, you could always do a quick Google search and check out the best neighborhoods, best neighborhood in so-and-so city, best neighborhood in Amsterdam, and they'll give you a list of neighborhoods. A lot of publications usually list out the best neighborhoods, and you'll find out which ones are the best ones to easily find a spot to eat or drink. Sometimes you go to these areas, there's not that many. It's like the Upper West Side, parts of the Upper West Side, which are pretty lacking of food and drink. Caroline, the weather here is mild. About 70 degrees Fahrenheit right now. It's not too bad. Yeah, wow. No traditional cafes here. It's a lot of this is pizzeria. Here's like a French brasserie. Not too many traditional cafes. I am stunned and tired. Susie says it's a Saturday. You're in need of a beer, purely medicinal, of course. Yeah. Wow, this area kind of sucks. Yeah, this is a sucky area. There's nothing here. Hi, excuse me.
Yes, sir.
You still open? Right now? Oh no.
Yes, after 10 minutes, sir.
10 minutes. Oh, okay. No worries.
Sorry.
Okay, do you know any good cafes nearby?
Cafes.
Yeah.
I think everything's closed.
Everything's closed. Yeah. What neighborhood is good? to
Maybe you need to walk straight
Yeah.
down.
Straight down. Okay.
Yeah, and there at the corner is very nice.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You
Appreciate
can
it.
try there. I think there is open. Too
Oh,
late.
okay, perfect. Thank you.
There is here, closed.
Cool. Thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, it's closed. So as I mentioned, places here close early. Depends on the neighborhood, but especially if you're more of these residential areas, yeah, they close early. Yeah, pretty early, so 8 p.m. But here's the 5 that goes to Jordan. Maybe I need to go there. Maybe I need to take this tram because, yeah, there's nothing here. Oh my God, this is desolate. Yeah. Susie says, I think you'll have cheese and toast for dinner. Might as well at this point. Hello, is anyone out there? Oh, this looks like a nice coffee shop. And it's not like Denmark. Oh, beautiful Copenhagen, where you could just buy a beer at the 7-Eleven and drink outside. You can't do that here. MK says no nightlife on the weekend. I think we're just in the wrong area. Yeah. This area, there's not too much happening at this time. Beautiful. This is a gorgeous area, but you gotta come here before 6 p.m. to, I think, enjoy it. Yeah, see cafes down there, they're also closed.
Yeah, next to our house is down there.
Contrast says that is a deli. Yep, yeah. Every country is different, but when you go to like Italy, even delis stay open pretty late, 8 p.m., 9 p.m., sometimes later. You can find paninis until like 11. Yeah, so it's not always just because. It just depends on the country. So here, yeah, Netherlands things close a bit earlier. All right. Hi. Can I sit anywhere?
Oh
Just
yeah,
for
pick
one?
any
Okay,
table.
cool. Thank you so much. Hi. I'll have the blonde, please. The
On tap?
yeah, on tap, yeah. And then, do you have bitterballin?
Yeah.
I'll have an order of
Just
bitterballin.
the small portion of 8?
Yeah, the small portion of it. Thank you so much. All right. So, someone just mentioned this is a very expensive cafe. Yeah, otherwise it would just require more walking or taking a tram, or if you are using bike just to bike somewhere else. But cool, if you're in bike, you're biking distance to a bunch of lively neighborhoods. This is walking would be too much. Bit of a wander. It says, thank you for the steady stream of great content. I just got back for 2 weeks filming in the UK and loved it too. Oh, I'm so glad you enjoyed the UK. I'm so glad the SIM card helped out with the UK. So bit of a wander. I will check out your videos. Thank you so much for a $5 super chat. That's so kind of you. So I will check them out. Thank you. And that's so cool that Vodafone worked. So it seems like we have another urbanist that has great, interesting content of the UK. So if you missed the UK, you can check that out. Matt says, well, enjoy food. I think I will, yeah. So thank you so much. Can I also have a glass of water, please?
Sure. Just tap water?
Just tap, yeah. Here it is. Not quite a megapint. It's €5.50. But I like the glass. I don't know what beer this is. Let me know what company, what origin this is. It might be Belgian. Everyone, this is a Belgian blonde. Yes, a good beer from Belgium. I mean, I've tried one good Dutch beer thus far, which is Brand. I did enjoy Brand, but we're gonna try African. Cheers. Whoa. That's so good. That's delicious. Oh, wow. Belgians really know how to make good beer. When people told me that, try Belgian beers, I was very skeptical. Because, you know, when a name is that prevalent, like saying Italian food, you won't, I thought it's overhyped. I thought like, oh no, you guys are, many people are just exaggerating. It's just what tourists do when they go to these areas of the Low Countries, is have some good Belgian beer. And no, it's really that good. Belgian beer is really that good. It is not overhyped. And is not yeah, it's not just a tourist thing. This is actually great beer. They're set close to the breweries this year. It says, Pete says, yes, yeah, it happens at any restaurant. Some cities around the world, people know about live streaming. Other cities, it doesn't seem to be as popular, so people sometimes don't have no clue. Belgian beer is the best, says Wilmy. Yes, indeed. Last day of Comic-Con. Ooh, today's the last day of Comic-Con. Did they do any big announcements? Oh, I can't wait to check out the news. Ooh, that's cool. No, I don't have a costume for Comic-Con. I'm far away from Comic-Con, which is in Anaheim, California, is it? Harlem that you visited has its own brewery, says Michelle. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Sean says you deserve a pint. I want a mega pint. I'm not sure where I can find that. Maybe in Belgium. Maybe I should just hop over on the train to Belgium. Let me know. And have a mega pint over there. Do they do the liter? I know they did that in Prague. And they also did that in Budapest. Which I never did videos of. This was before I've done videos. And it's refreshing. Oh my god. Class says, oh, you're into Comic-Con. Yeah. I live stream already twice from New York Comic-Con. I don't think the videos are up. This was pre-YouTube. So the videos, Facebook deleted a lot of my older live videos, so I don't have it up. But I did do 2 Comic-Cons on live video before. I can't wait to go again. Stefan says, no, we don't have mega pints in Belgium. Oh, no. It's not like it's not like Prague. Wow, that's so good. This is one of the better beers I've had. I'm not sure if it's because I'm so thirsty. It's been a long walk, or it's the glass. But damn, this is a good beer. Oh wow. Nice. Wow. Affigem. I never drank a beer so fast. This is amazing. This dates back to 1074. Wow. That is a crazy history. Hey Swisser says I ran out of stars, buddy. Hey Swisser, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I think I will have another one. Bit of a Wander says thank you so much for a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Have another one. Okay, so Bit of a Wander and Christine, aka Swisser, are sponsoring this next one. Wait. Uber fun to get back home. Oh, thank you so much, MK. I appreciate that. Thank you everyone so much for your contributions. They help for showing these places, public transportation costs, sitting down, showing you what good beer is. How does it taste? I'll describe it on the next one because this was too good. I didn't have time to describe it. Insta says Affigem tastes like is equal to Heineken. I haven't tried the actual Heineken here. This is too good. Heineken has to wait. I'm gonna try this first because this is too good. DS says cool shirt. I'm so glad. Mikkel says the second beer is better. Says Mikkel. Cool. Affigem is a really popular premium Belgian beer and the Netherlands too. Says Dawn. Thank you, Dawn, for tuning in. Susie says, are you ordering food? Yeah. Not full meal. Maybe afterwards I'll eat. But on the live video I will be showing you bitter ballin'. Neptunester says, why we compliment and sponsor Belgian beer while in Holland? Not fair at all, says Neptunester. Yeah, you know, I have gone to 3 bars. Each of those small cities I went to. These were not Amsterdammers. These were not Amsterdammers. These were people from the smaller cities. Utrecht, Leiden, and Haarlem. I asked, what is your best Dutch beer? And they always told me, try the Belgian. I did try one good Dutch beer. Thank you so much.
Oh, do you want another beer?
Yes, please.
The same one?
Yeah, the same one. Thank you. It's really good. So here is the classic bitter ballin'. So yeah, those 3 bartenders told me, oh, just go for the Belgian. I tried one good Dutch beer, which brand, and I tried another one, which is in Leiden. That was a blonde. Those were really good, but Belgian is probably one of the few beers so far. I've had 3 of them that I drank and wanted to have another one of the same one. Usually I go for different ones. MK left the $10 super chat. Uber fun for all your working out. Thank you so much. That is very useful. Thank you so much. I appreciate the Uber fun. Thank you so much. All right. So let's try some bit of. Hello. Hey, how's it going? Thank you so much. Cheers. All right. Cheers. So super crisp. Actually, it's good that I'm talking about this because these are super hot. You can't bite right into them, but super crisp. Definitely tastes like beer, of course. It has that beer taste. Something about it is like really refreshing. And I can't quite put words to it, but it's very refreshing. Very refreshing. It goes down easy. I don't know how to describe it. It just goes down easy. Very refreshing. There might be beer connoisseurs out there that have better words to say. Ooh, Susie left a £5 super chat. Oh, thank you so much, Susie. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the £5 super chat. Mikkel says beer on the mustache. Yeah. Indeed. All right. So here we have some bitterballen. This is the classic Dutch treat. Basically a Dutch croquette with minced or with grounded up meat mixed in with some type of cheese or cream. If anyone can let me know exactly what it is. And then here we have some mustard in the middle. This is more like a Dijon mustard, not like a yellow mustard from America. So it's a bit spicier. So Miss Lob says a good way to describe it is smooth and light. Yeah, not as light as a light beer like a Miller Lite. Ooh, don't like those. But yeah, smooth and light. It's 5.5% alcohol. So this is stronger than a typical American beer. Definitely stronger than a typical UK beer or Irish beer. So yeah, this is not meant for a few megapints. These look like good bitterballen. This does not look like the common bitterballen you get at a cheaper cafe. Let's try it out on its own first. Super hot. Wintage says, I like how you pronounce bitterballen. Indeed, bitterballen. Dry or sweet, says Armchair. Bitter, sweeter, yeah, not dry. It's not a dry beer. Usually dry or sweet is for like cider or wine. So DS says, how does this taste like? It's very hot. Crunchy exterior. Way crunchier than some other places I've had it. Very crunchy exterior. So crunchy exterior. It's very creamy inside. This grounded up meat. Oh my god. Very creamy. So basically like a croquette, a Spanish croquette. Hey, Evelyn dices, llevas 5 horas, tienes mucha energía. ¿Es tu último día en Amsterdam? Evelyn, qué bien que te está encantando este video. Sí, tengo mucha energía. Estoy lleno de energía. Esta es la última transmisión oficial de Amsterdam. So this is the last official transmission of Amsterdam. Wink, wink. Put on your notifications or become a patron. Because on my off days, my focus goes to patrons first. So you could tune in Thursdays to Saturdays. On my off days is when I focus on doing extra Patreon content. That is the museums. Those are the museums, the house museums. Here, I don't think there's a royal palace I can visit, but when I go to countries with royal palaces, I show them. I go to, yeah, mostly those things. Museums, house museums, and palaces. And castles and things like that. Abbeys and manors. Those are the things I show on Patreon. Right. And meaty. Wow. This one's meatier. Great shredded meat. Wow. Hey, someone else left the super chat. Crocodile. Wow, Crocodile says, thank you so much for the nice stream with the €5 super chat. Oh, Crocodile, that's so kind of you. Thank you so much. Hi, it says, no matter how drunk I am, I keep my posture. That's good, Hi. That's good. George says, take care. See you later. Oh, thank you so much for tuning in, George. While you are live, I get nothing done, says Ella. Oh, no. Oh, no. I am not the best type of entertainment to inspire productivity. But I'm glad you're enjoying the live stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. Wow. So it has a taste of minced beef to it. Kind of a minced meat taste to it. It's like a slight funk. I love the crunch. The crunch is more kind of that Japanese style breading. I'm not sure what they call it here in this side of Europe. But it has that kind of, hard to describe, it's more kind of flakier crunch. Flakier crunch. Really, really excellent bitterballen. This is a good place. I'm so glad we bumped into this place. Yeah, I might be spending a few bucks more, but sometimes it's worth coming to places like this. If it's open, sometimes it's good enough. Kay says you've done 5 hours before. I have 10 minutes left. So let me know. It's panko breadcrumbs. Yeah, it tastes like panko breadcrumbs. I'm not sure if they're literally panko breadcrumbs. So let me know. I got 13 minutes left for this 5-hour live stream. Do you want to make this 5 hours? You can ask me anything for this 13 minutes. We went through a very long journey. We went through some hard times. Big round of hearts to all the moderators for keeping the good vibes, ensuring that good vibes stay in this broadcast, and we have stayed with the good vibes. And I've showed you both Old Amsterdam and New Amsterdam, and desolate Amsterdam, all the way to this beautiful area of Amsterdam again, in the more rich area of Amsterdam. So I'm happy to have shown you all the spectrum of this beautiful place. So if you want me to stick around for 12, I'll say 14, 15 minutes, so we can cross the 5-hour mark, let me know. Open to a Q&A as I eat some bitterballen, and this time I'll dip into that mustard. And you'll stay tuned for new adventures. Last official live stream of Amsterdam. Beautiful city, highly recommend it. But do allot time for Amsterdam. If you're coming here, do come here for a week or more so you can do day trips. Amsterdam is a great city. I think you'll get the idea within 4 to 5 days of the city, which is great. Especially the museums. The museums you might need to take more time in Amsterdam, but Amsterdam you can really have a great 4 or 5 day trip. But then I would say do the day trips. Go to Leiden, go to Haarlem, Utrecht, are all amazing. I like the mustard. Mustard is good for your muscles. It kind of help with muscle spasms. Luckily, I don't have too many, but they do help. I don't like having bitterballen too much with mustard. It's a good mustard, but it kind of masks the taste of a good bitterballen like this. So I don't like having both of them. Didn't the Dutch invent the donut? They did, Renee. The Dutch did not invent the modern American donut. That was an American, or according to legend, that was an American. And most likely, the story is not 100% verifiable, but most likely it was invented by an American or someone who has been here for a generation or two. But the donut is from Dutch origin. There is a progenitor to the donut called the oily cake. And stay tuned. I have a very special video, which I'm going to work on tomorrow, about the oily cake. Stay tuned. Short videos are on Facebook, on Urbanist Live, or on TikTok. Right here. TikTok Ariel Vieira. Or Facebook/Instagram, Urbanist Live. Oh, we have an intruder. Caroline says, Whittager says, sorry, it's a little bit funny because in Netherlands, I love how you pronounce Utrecht. I'm doing my best in Dutch. It is a hard language to learn, even though it has a lot of commonalities with English. But I'm doing my best. I'm glad you enjoyed it. So, DSS, what's the best food you tried? That Filipino cuisine of earlier today is number one. That, I only had two things. I can't wait to try their actual bowl, but that was really amazing. Really exceptional. I am shocked how good it was. But when it comes to traditional Dutch, these ones right now are among the better bitterballen I've tried. Oh yeah. Look, it actually has huge chunks of meat in it, which other ones don't have it. The second best I've tried with bitterballen is a very old pub in Leiden, 100 years old, so old for Leiden at least. I don't know the name. It starts with a B. Sometimes these names are a bit hard to remember, but if you want to know, do let me know. I'll post. I'll make a post putting where I went. But bitterballen is probably the better dishes I've tried, and a good apple pie. DSS, have you seen American influences on in Amsterdam? That's a good question. There's a lot of European influence. Wow. So Brenda Bertha, I love your name. Classic American. Are you American? Because this is a classic American name. I love it. I've been watching and listening while doing my artwork. Wonderful tour. Take care. Oh, thank you so much for whopping $20 super chat. Thank you so much, Brenda Bertha. I appreciate that. So Nicole says it's usually with beef or ragged. Yeah, it's beef. Yeah, this one's a beef. So there's a lot of European influence. There's a lot of pizzerias here, and I found some amazing pizza here. As I mentioned, the Baker's Pizza. It's a chain, and there's a few in Amsterdam. Really great. And I went to a secret pizzeria yesterday in Leiden that was amazing, called Piccolo Forno. So there's a lot of Italian influence here. Those are classic Italian pizzas. When it comes to American, I haven't seen too much. I don't... Actually, in front of us, there's some Art Deco, which is interesting. There's some Art Deco down there. But yeah, there's not too much. Even that Art Deco is rare. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Clothing style, there are more men wearing floral shirts here definitely than Scandinavia and UK. So florals are very popular here. From younger men, younger than me, you know, early 20s, late teens, to older men in their 60s are wearing floral shirts. So I think that's the influence that might have seeped in, I think. Sil says, any hamburgers? Yeah, hamburgers are pretty ubiquitous here. I haven't tried any. It doesn't seem like the thing to have. Everyone, come to this place and have the bitterballen. Oh my. Cafe Wild Shoot. Have the bitterballen here. Wow. I'm just gonna have a few more orders of this. That's my dinner. It's like 3 more orders of bitterballen. Eat all the bitterballen. I'll be balling over to my hotel after this. Any more of these, I'll be balling because I'll be enjoying these so much. How's the nightlife in Amsterdam? I don't know. I've barely been out at night. Hung out with a friend one night and saw the red light district. It was alright. It was a bit seedy. Not my favorite. Someone asked, Almo asked, is the attractiveness of the Dutch a standout? To me, the country so far on my trip that has been a standout in terms of physical attractiveness, and this is very subjective, is the Danes. Probably some of the most beautiful people I've seen. Yeah, the Danes. Sami says, I support more bitterballen. Yeah, just like 3 more orders of bitterballen. ¿Cuál es la cerveza más popular aquí? Ask Manny. Manny in Spanish asks, what's the most popular beer? Entonces, yo no sé cuál es la cerveza más popular. Yo veo Heineken casi todo el lado. Yo creo que la cerveza más popular después de Heineken puede ser Brand. I think the beer that's most popular after Heineken might be Brand. So do let us know, Dutch urbanists, but it strikes me as Brand is the more popular Dutch beer, or the more common one. And there's a bee that really wants a piece of the bitterballen. Is the bitterballen done with beer batter? Oh, I don't know. 3 more orders of bitterballen and beer places, so. Yeah. It comes with, Julia asks, is it horseradish? You know, I think this might combine a bit better with horseradish. I'm not the biggest fan of mustard. I think mustard just covers the taste too much. This has such a great taste. Maybe if you're having a cheaper bitterballen, which I've had in a few other places, it might be better to put in the mustard. In this case, not really. How do the Danes differ from the Swedes? Asked Marit. Denmark is such a fascinating culture. The Danes have this immense sense of self-confidence that I have not seen anywhere around the world. I am genuinely shocked by how confident the Danes were. You know, America is kind of known for kind of being a showman type of country, you know, guns blazing, getting stuff done, hustling. But the Danes just had this quiet confidence. They knew that they were right. And I love that. That was just the most fascinating thing that I've ever seen. The Swedes were not as confident. They're a lot more introverted. But I was just fascinated, deeply fascinated by that Danish culture. My first day coming in through immigration, the immigration officer, like most immigration officers they asked me, hey, why are you here? What's your reason for coming? And I said, oh, I'm here for pleasure. I just learned to just kind of say that all the time. Once I start saying that I do YouTube videos, it gets tricky. Of course, if they ask me more, then I'll tell them. But there's all. So you might have heard this story before if you've been watching a lot of my videos, but I said, oh, for pleasure. I said, oh, I'm here for holiday. And the woman just looked me straight in the eye with a genuine smile. This is not like a polite smile, like the Brits or the Americans would do, Canadians would do this. It's not the polite smile. It was like a genuine smile saying, good, you made the right choice. I can't even replicate it. I don't even know how to kind of muster that kind of very confident friendliness. I don't know how to muster that. Just with the smile, it's like, good, you made the right choice. I was like, okay. All right. It's the first time I ever heard an immigration officer saying, yeah, you should be here. And I love that. It just blew me away. It just blew me away. Also, as I mentioned, when you ask for recommendations from the Danes, it would say, yeah, you should have this. This is the thing you should have. I love that too. I love that confidence. The Swedes, yeah, they were more introverted. They avoided confrontation, so I didn't connect too much with Swedish culture. And the Dutch are more pragmatic, kind of straight to the point. As the Danes, there's similarities, straight to the point. But Dutch are confident, but the Danes just another level of confidence. Toilet Bro Salesman says, I guess Netherlands is on your will come back list. Maybe, yeah. Robert says, are you going to ask Germany? Are you going to visit Germany? Who knows? You gotta tune in. But all I can tell you is that there's some countries that require more time. That's what I can tell you. John says the immigration officers in the U.S. should say the same. I wish they did, but no. And it makes sense. The U.S. is such a big country. So this is amazing. We just crossed 5 hours. I'm going to have a little bit more. Thank you everyone so much for tuning in for 5 hours, 5 whole hours. We have some people who tuned in for the entire time. So let me know if you're part of the Mega Walk Squad. The people who tuned in the entire time. I understand not everyone's going to tune in for the entire time. And it's actually expected because live video is a very casual viewing process. So I'm glad a lot of people enjoy it casually too. But if you're one of those few ones that tuned in almost the entire way through, do let me know. Sue just sent a PayPal tip. Oh, thank you so much, Sue. I appreciate that. Sue, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. A little longer, please, says Ryan. I will do. We'll do. I'll stick a little bit longer. I still have a little bit of beer left. John says, thank you. I contribute to your beer fund. Oh, thank you so much. I got a little bit of beer left. I'll stick around until I finish this beer. Matt says, I did a hiking on the morning. Oh, cool, Matt. I'm so glad you hiked in the morning and came back and said hi. That's awesome, Matt. Travelista says, your voice is sudden. I'm a little bit tired. My voice is a bit tired, so if it sounds different, it's a bit tired. I gotta admit, I was touched by Danish culture, so if my voice cracked is because I don't know. I feel this, my heart singing with joy thinking about Denmark. It was a country that left an impression on me. I can't really explain why. You know, Denmark is not like a Paris that you can really explain the immense beauty of the architecture or the Eiffel Tower or the romance of the cafes and the brasseries. It's not like a Rome with the majesty of the churches and the architecture, the sculptures by Bernini or the paintings by Caravaggio. Or like Santorini with the beautiful cliffsides and the gorgeous views. I had no idea. I was just so deeply blown away by Denmark in a way that it has none of those ostentatious things. I cannot explain to you. It's mysterious to me, myself. Let me know if you've ever felt that with the country. Of course, I'm very grateful to be here in the Netherlands right now, definitely. Kay says 6,000 stars were sent. Wow, that is quite a lot. I enjoyed watching. I was there for 3 weeks. Trio of my life. It was a wonderful place to be, says Scott. Oh, cool. Are you talking about here in the Netherlands? That's awesome. I didn't make a walk today, hence I failed. No, you didn't in class. Thank you so much for tuning in. Susie says, you look well, happy, and relaxed. Are ripped jeans popular here? For foreign-born Amsterdammers, that appears to be the case. There are people here from Eastern Europe or Turkey or the Middle East and Africa that I've noticed wear more ripped jeans. I don't see too many what appears to me Dutch-born, Netherlands-born Dutch wearing ripped jeans. That's my observation. So yeah, there seems to be a style for ripped jeans, but it tends to be a lot of foreign-born people. Do you need visas to go back to any of the countries? No, I am very grateful, Skylark. That's a great question. I'm very grateful as an American that I don't need a visa for 3 months in many European countries, almost all of them. And I can stay for 6 months in the UK. And I think Ireland is one of the few EU countries I can stay for 6 months if I wanted to. So yeah, it is great. Miss Love says, you mean tourists versus locals? No, this is a very diverse city. So there are people who live here, immigrants, or people maybe one generation. But there are a lot of foreign-born people, or people who are one generation from a family from a different country. So I'm talking about though that community. There seems to be more of a style of wearing ripped jeans and tighter like pants for men. Miss Love says you can tell from where they're born. Yeah, I mean, there are people here that are from different areas of the world that have a very unique look. Yeah, just like many parts of the world. Yeah, you can sometimes easily tell where a person's from. Also by personality and mannerisms and culture and the way they're speaking. There's a lot of ways you can tell where someone's from, regardless how they look like. It's nothing bad to be able to discern where someone's from. Hey, Susie says, I'll send you a wee note so you can stay longer. Thank you so much, Susie. Being in Europe is better than being in the States. I love European society. I love Europe. 100%. 100% love the Europe. I love the US. So, an issue with a lot of people some people who tune in, or some people who watch travel videos, or some people who watch, Ms. Love says, just be careful with assumptions. I think natural to assume. You don't judge people. That's important, Ms. Love. Don't judge people, but don't trust people either. You can be neutral in any case, but you can make your own discernment of where people are from. And in the sake of conversation, you can always generalize. You never need to. It's okay to generalize. We're all having a good faith conversation, so I think it's nice to talk about culture and cultural differences. So when it comes to, I was going to say something, completely forgot, but we have a few other questions. Let me know. I forgot what was my train of thought. I got distracted by Miss Lob's comment. Europe and America can learn a lot from each other. Oh yes, I definitely enjoy Europe, but unfortunately sometimes people have the kind of the perception that if you enjoy being one place, it must mean that you dislike being in another place. So if you are a person of a country and you enjoy being in a different country, oh, that must mean that you dislike being in that country. Rick Steves is a great example. Rick Steves is a great person who's written amazing travel guides, runs an amazing travel company. Rick Steves is his own name, and makes travel shows on PBS. That man loves deeply Europe. But he also loves the US. It's very clear he loves the US because he works in the US. His base of operations was nearby where I visited a few months ago in Edmonds, Washington. I think that's the name of the city, Edmonds. Right next door to Seattle. And his books are catered to Americans. And he wants to teach Americans about travel because he loves America. It's his home. You can love a place and you can also love where you're from. It doesn't have to be either or. Anthony Bourdain, same thing. Anthony Bourdain, you would rarely find Anthony Bourdain railing against America. Anthony Bourdain loved this country as much as he loved travel. Hey, Ron says, if you come to the Philippines, don't be surprised if I wow, myself. Mara says, I met Rick Steves at a travel show. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Good guy off camera. That's great. I think I could knit you a top like you're wearing. To Susie. Oh, I would be honored, Susie. I would be really honored to wear it. I think I'm a 44 chest in American. That might be 54 in European sizing. Yeah. Melody says it's possible to live both NYC and LA. No, that's impossible. No, I'm joking. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, you could be bi-coastal, as some Americans like to say. What are the biggest differences between European culture and American culture? Well, Europe is not a monolith, and America is also not a monolith. America has a lot of different cultures. Seattle's very different from Chicago. Chicago's very different from Boston. Boston's very different from New York. Very different from Maine. from Florida, from Las Vegas, from Texas, the list goes on. But if we were to generalize European culture and generalize American culture, I would say the difference, I would say in European culture generally, there tends to be more emphasis on relaxation, on taking your sweet time, on enjoying life. America is very inspired by the Puritans who were the early settlers in America. They had a work ethic of saying time is money. Work, work, work. It's better to work. Working is the way to be closer to God. That was really much in line with the Puritan belief. And that Puritan belief has seeped through the whole of American culture. Some places more than others. New England or New York a little bit more than LA, but has seeped nonetheless. So there's a lot of emphasis in America about productivity, about working, about doing your best, about focusing on always improving your own life, improving in fitness, improving in dating life, love life, improving in marriage, improving in kids. There's always an emphasis on anything improving. Anything you can improve, you do improve in America. In Europe, not so much. Depends, different countries, of course, there's variances. Netherlands, of course, has more of a business forward culture. But generally in Europe, there's more emphasis on taking your time. You can see this in even the Netherlands, which is a very business forward culture. Businesses close at 6 p.m. They close at 5 p.m. Sorry, there's a B around here. They close at 5 and 6 p.m. So they do that because they want to have family time, as many Dutch viewers have told us. That's interesting. In America, not really. In America, we work until 5 or 6 p.m. and then we go out. And then we expect the restaurants and bars and shops to be open after working hours so we can go there. That's the expectation. So I think that's the main difference. They both have their positives. The positive for the American style culture is that we get stuff done. We get shit done, as Americans like to say. Like, we build a gigantic military, like really big military. We've built some of the biggest businesses in the world. We invented electricity, for crying out loud. We revolutionized industry. We have built some of the biggest entertainment companies in the world. We have made movie making into a well-oiled machine where a tiny little company like Marvel Comics is able to make, what now, 30 movies? 30 movies in the past 15 years. It is very impressive. But on the other hand, the positives of the European culture is that people are not so stressed. You get to relax. You get to enjoy the finer parts of food. If you're in certain cultures like the German, the Czech, or the Belgian, you get to enjoy the finer parts of a good beer. The efficiency is not in food. They take their time with food. We have people who make food slowly, not to maximize profits, but to make good food. In the US, that won't fly too much. Now it's getting better with food, but it used to be not the case. Food was merely fuel. And you make the best food quickly just to feed the people and to maximize profit. And that, I think, is the two differences, but they're both wonderful. And I think they can learn from each other. And they are. They have been for the past hundreds of years. Look at that Miami skyline. We got stuff done, says Robert. Yeah, that's a good example. Luckily cities do grow still fairly quickly in the US. Susie says you should sneak this beer glass. Maybe I should just hop on the train to Belgium and buy myself a beer glass from the brewery itself. Maybe I should do that. All right, I got a little bit. I got one more bitter bottle left and one more glass. Inspire Life asks, what's the highlight of today's wander? We were unfortunately attacked by a group of trolls, I can't tell. They were very aggressive. And the highlight to me was how I was able to continue the show, because to me the show must go on, like the crazy person in the Stockholm metro. The show must go on. And how much of the audience, or everyone in the audience, ignored it and enjoyed the show. Kept the good vibes. That was a beautiful moment. Sometimes in adversity, in hard times, we can find the best of ourselves. Or we can find the worst of ourselves. But today I think we found the best of ourselves. And that's very beautiful. Sim says today's highlight, they'll go to the MDSM, yeah. Ryan says the ferry must be the highlight. The ferry was not such an interesting ride, if I were to be very critical. There are better ferries in the world. New York has a better ferry in terms of views. What's another good ferry ride? What's the best ferry ride? Copenhagen did not have a ferry ride, but the boat ride is fascinating. There's everyone waving and drinking outside. Venice, definitely. Venice is probably some of the better ferry rides in the world. All right, cheers everyone. One more time, if you want to get access to bonus content, that's what I'll be doing the next few days. Otherwise, wait until Thursday through Saturday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, 9 a.m. 3 p.m. Western European Time, 9 a.m. New York City time for more videos. Or become a patron and you'll get access to 1 to 2 videos between them of cool places in these countries we visited. So thank you everyone so much for tuning in. I really appreciate it. And we will be going to other beautiful parts abroad. We're going to some wonderful places that I have not even, I tried finding videos on it. There's not too many videos on the places we're going to in August. There's going to be some really interesting, unique locations. So stay tuned, everyone.
Did you enjoy the bitter bonnet?
I really did, yeah. It was really good, yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're going to some very interesting places. We're going to a place where I just kept dreaming. I've been dreaming about it. Not dreaming about it because I've always wanted to go, but I saw this place. I was like, I gotta go there. I booked the trip right now, just like a week and a half ago, and I have been dreaming about it many nights in a row. I'm not sure what we'll find there, but I think that will be very interesting. I'm not sure if I'll be able to live stream there, because there'll be a place that there's no live streams. There's barely vlogs on it, but stay tuned. Everyone, thank you so much for tuning in. Keep being awesome, and always keep on exploring. Have a good day, everyone. Bye-bye. Marie says, am I high? I'm high on life, Marie. High on life. Have a good day, everyone. Dankjewel voor het doen.